These are cases that were detected in October and treatment was given. The patients were isolated. One of the patients had traveled from overseas. Now, let's tell you a little about the deadly BF.7 variant. There were 4 cases, it's not 3, 4 cases of Omicron subvariant BF.7 in India so far. The BF.7, this is the variant that is driving China's sudden COVID surge. It's a highly transmissible Omicron strain. It's a sublineage of Omicron variant BA.5 and has the strongest infection ability. Highly transmissible, it has a shorter incubation period, has a higher capacity to cause reinfection. And a report suggesting, an expert saying that BF.7 can infect even those who are vaccinated, like what is happening in China. Some of the estimates saying that millions of people may already be infected or may get infected in the coming days. So that's the situation. Let's go across to Dr. Rai. Dr. Rai, good evening. Can you hear me, Dr. Rai? Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So quickly, if I can get your view on we've been discussing vaccines. The Chinese vaccine, it appears, was a dud. And the same Chinese vaccine was given a big thumbs up by the WHO, which still playing ball with Covaxin. What do you make of what's going on in China?
It's a well-known fact that China is the person those who are just cheating the whole of the world. Last when the corona started from the Wuhan, they were the person who hide every information from the globe, and they never declared that they are having this sort of problem, and the whole world should be cautious about this one. And as far as the vaccines are concerned, it was in the news also. The China vaccine has failed miserably. Whatever vaccine they have given, it is not affecting at all. And still today also, when he's having a lot of problems there, he's not sharing his agony with any country in the world. At least as far as WHO is concerned, I think WHO chief is the godfather of the China's person. So he's also supporting that way. I don't mind in saying all these things. Because last time also, he was saying that nothing is there, and today again the problem has come up. Now, as far as our country is concerned, we are thankful to our Prime Minister and to the doctors community. We are proud of our doctor community that we have vaccinated more than 220 crores vaccination has been given, and majority has taken the booster dose also. And from your side, on your channel, through your channel, I will request to all the person who have not taken the booster dose, kindly go and take the booster dose. Because that is the only thing which is going to save us. One thing. Second thing, we have to observe appropriate protocol of the COVID. Then only we will be safe. And the country and the government will have to take action as far as the flights coming from China, Japan, Australia and other countries where this infection has gone. They should screen the person fully. They should test them. Then only they should be allowed. Rather, even if the question comes of cancelling the flights, they should not hesitate, because last 2 years were horrible for our country, and we don't want to have such type of position in the future also. This is my suggestion in that way. To the government also, and particularly government should take initiative of vaccinating the younger children, because our children are not vaccinated. So we have to protect them also. If they are infected, they will take the infection to the house. Isolation with the children is impossible. So that is the thing which we are concerned about.
Thank you, Dr. Rai, for joining us on the biggest story tonight here on Republic. Thank you very much. I think you put it very well in a nutshell. Just getting in some news that Chinese travelers have been put under watch. The breaking news update that I have, let me pull up the graphics as well. The government will release fresh guidelines soon for travelers, especially guidelines for travelers coming to India from China. And the focus is on these Chinese travelers as the country is seeing a huge surge in COVID cases. Nobody has an idea or the exact number of how many cases have been reported in China. And China, in fact, has not put out those numbers. It's not recording the number of cases being reported anymore as per the details from the Chinese media itself. So nobody knows approximately how many cases have been recorded in China. It could be in the millions. But let's look at what China got wrong. Some of the learnings as China fails once again. What did China do? China tried an aggressive approach and it failed. The China zero COVID policy faced protests, and there was a complete non-scientific approach. After that, they relaxed restrictions. They were testing They relaxed the restrictions and also the testing post the protests, and China was not prepared. Hospitals, medical infrastructure was not prepared. So some of the learnings perhaps from there for India as well. And now some questions on whether people are asking whether India is prepared, and there are questions being asked primarily because we are meeting today and whether we can do more at this point. Let's look at some of those concerns and points. Concern number one, masks are still not mandatory. They're not mandatory anymore, of course, across the country. The second concern being that random testing has begun today at airports especially. The third concern is that just 27 to 28% of Indians who are eligible for the precaution dose have taken the dose. So it's only about one-fourth coverage for the precaution dose, which is a concern. The fourth biggest concern is that cases detected in political rallies, like in the case of Bharat Jodo Yatra, many cases being reported, including the Himachal Chief Minister, who went to the Bharat Jodo Yatra, has tested positive. Concern number 5, all flights from China not stopped yet. Guidelines will be issued. We'll leave it at that. It's also a top focus through the day here on Republic TV, taking a short break.
Is Congress back to 2020 negativism? Health Ministry raises alarm on Bharat Jodo Yatra. Why make COVID directives a political issue? Ornav debates at 9 p.m.
Driven by Hyundai Service. ऐसी care nowhere. Tata Capital. Palak jhapkao, loan pao.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again, and again, and again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time and say, I'm not done.
Volkswagen Tiguan, India's safest SUVW. Volkswagen.
With B2's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with B2's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
Everyone looks at the world today. At Hyundai, we go beyond with experiences that take us forward. Innovations that are intuitive. At Hyundai, we are going beyond mobility, and you are welcome to join us.
Welcome back. The Union government has ensured that all states begin on a war footing testing and also genome sequencing. Maharashtra government, one of the many governments that have gone on record to say that it's now a war against COVID once again. Here's what Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister, said earlier today.
सन्माननीय विरोधी पक्षनेत्यांनी अतिशय महत्त्वाचा मुद्दा या ठिकाणी मांडलेला आहे. जरूर या संदर्भात केंद्र सरकारशी समन्वय करण्यात येईल आणि आपण माननीय विरोधी पक्षनेते सुचवल्याप्रमाणे एखादी कमिटी किंवा टास्क फोर्स हा या ठिकाणी तात्काळ आपण गठीत करू, जो बदलत्या परिस्थितीवर नजर ठेवून आपल्याला वेळोवेळी सूचना करेल आणि त्या सूचनांची अंमलबजावणी आपण निश्चितपणे करू. सन्माननीय विरोधी पक्षनेत्यांनी अतिशय महत्त्वाचा मुद्दा या ठिकाणी मांडलेला आहे. जरूर या संदर्भात केंद्र सरकारशी समन्वय करण्यात येईल आणि आपण माननीय विरोधी पक्षनेते सुचवल्याप्रमाणे एखादी कमिटी किंवा टास्क फोर्स हा या ठिकाणी तात्काळ आपण गठीत करू, जो बदलत्या परिस्थितीवर नजर ठेवून आपल्याला वेळोवेळी सूचना करेल आणि त्या सूचनांची अंमलबजावणी आपण निश्चितपणे करू.
An unshakable belief, a 360-degree holistic model of development, and a strong team of 300 people is transforming millions of lives in rural Maharashtra.
Build hope, we build aspiration, we allow them, we give them the tools with which to dream.
Catch the second episode of Swadesh Foundation's Swa Se Bane Desh this weekend only on Republic TV.
Magnificent picture, magnificent sound, magnificent experience. Magnifique. High performance TVs by iWi Japan. Now in India.
Invest once and enjoy guaranteed maturity with life cover with LIC's Dhan Varsha, a single premium plan for your family's security and prosperity.
देखें कौन नया खिलाड़ी आया है. समझा देते हैं, प्यार से समझाएंगे. ये तो अपनी जुबान है.
जुबान एक हो तो दिल भी एक होने चाहिए. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Hey Rahul, what's up?
Hey, kicked about our first date?
Of course.
Benefits up to rupees 30,000 only at the Citroën C3 Carnival. Book today.
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amrit Kaal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
Everyone looks at the world today. At Hyundai, we go beyond with experiences that take us forward. Inspired by our today, we design your tomorrow. Some said electric is the future. We said, why stop there? At Hyundai, we are going beyond mobility, and you are welcome to join us.
Amit Shah calls out funds for conversions.
विदेश से आए हुए धन के स्रोत राज्य की निगरानी में नहीं हो, ऐसा नहीं चलेगा. नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, देश के अंदर एक कानी पाई भी हम नहीं आने.
Big debate on NGO funding to change demography. Debating tonight at 10 p.m.
A former union minister signed the laces of Rahul Gandhi.
25 kilogram of heroin has been recovered by the BSF. The Kashmiri Pandits here in Jammu are staging protests against Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha.
Thank you for joining us on Superfast 50. Amid a COVID surge in China, India held a COVID review meeting chaired by Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia, where experts said although there is no overall increase in COVID caseload as of now, there is a need for continued surveillance to keep a track of existing and emerging variants.
मुझे बताया गया है कि उससे उस यात्रा में भाग लिए हुए कई लोगों को कोविड पॉजिटिव पाया गया है, तो उसके लिए प्रिकॉशन लिया जाए, कोविड प्रोटोकॉल का पालन किया जाए.
As Union Health Ministry reviewed COVID-19 situation, it's now been learned that INSACOG, the forum set up under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare by the Government of India, is keeping a close vigil to access potential mutations of COVID in India. The states have been told to send positive case samples proactively. After Union Health Ministry reviewed the COVID-19 meeting, it's now been notified that government will issue fresh guidelines and it will have a focus on people coming in from China. As per sources, the guidelines will be issued to travelers entering India, mostly from China. In view of a sudden spurt in COVID cases in China and some other countries, the Union Health Ministry reviewed the situation in India and asked people to follow COVID-appropriate behavior, including wearing masks in crowded places and get vaccinated. In a significant development on variants detected in India, Health Department in Gujarat has said that 2 patients infected with BF.7 and BF.12 variants of Omicron were reported in July to November 2022 period, and these patients were treated in home isolation and have now fully recovered. Three cases of Omicron subvariant BF.7, apparently the strain driving China's current surge of COVID cases, have been detected in India so far. The first case of BF.7 in India was detected in October by Gujarat Biotechnology Research Centre. So far, 2 of these cases have been reported from Gujarat, while 1 being reported from Odisha. Amid the growing COVID scare in the country, the Yogi Adityanath-led UP government has issued an alert across the state and has stepped up preparedness.
कोविड को लेकर के जब दुनिया के दूसरे देशों में, खासकर चाइना में, इस प्रकार की शिकायतें मिली कि वहां कोविड को लेकर हाहाकार मचा हुआ है, तो उत्तर प्रदेश राज्य में सतर्कता बरते जाने के निर्देश हमने जारी किए हैं. विशेष रूप से हवाई अड्डे, रेलवे स्टेशन, बस स्टेशन और भीड़ भाड़ वाले इलाके जैसे सिनेमा हॉल्स हैं, स्कूल हैं, कॉलेज हैं, जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग इकट्ठा होते हैं, वहां पर यदि कोई विदेशी यात्री आता है या विदेश से यात्रा करके भारतीय नागरिक या विदेश का कोई यात्री आता है तो उसकी अवश्य जांच करें, और यदि संदिग्ध मरीज कोई हो तो उसकी जांच करके ही उसको भीड़ में जाने दें और कोविड को प्रोटोकॉल का पालन करें, सामाजिक दूरी बनाएं, मास्क लगाएं, हैंड सैनिटाइजर का उपयोग करें.
As India ramps up preparations to tackle COVID-19 situation, the Karnataka Health Minister asserted that the ministry in his state will effectively issue fresh guidelines to everyone. Meanwhile, the Karnataka government also asked people to take booster doses as soon as possible.
According to me, Indians are quite safe because of the effective and successful implementation of the vaccination. When 100% of our population is completely protected with the vaccines, with double doses, I appeal to all of them to take this booster dose at the earliest. We will be monitoring at the airports and we will try to send all the positive infected cases to the INSACOG for knowing any new, through the genomic sequence, we wanted to know what kind of strains are being witnessed there.
Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia wrote to former Congress President Rahul Gandhi in the wake of the ongoing Bharat Jodo Yatra, asking the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi to strictly adhere to the COVID-19 guidelines. The Union Health Minister also advised postponing the walkathon if protocols are not being followed. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot launched an attack on the central government after receiving a letter from the Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia. In the wake of COVID norms being flouted during the ongoing Bharat Jodo Yatra, he reiterated that the Grand Old Party will continue with its yatra as planned.
अभी हमारे पास जो सोशल मीडिया में आया है कि आप ये सब प्रिकॉशन कीजिएगा, मास्क की डिस्टेंसिंग की भी क्वारंटाइन करने की भी, ये बुखलाहट का एक बड़ा नमूना सामने आया देश के सामने। मेरे ख्याल से यात्रा शुरू होने के बाद में पहला पत्र आया होगा केंद्रीय मंत्री का, तो आप सोच सकते हो कि कितनी घबराई हुई है केंद्र सरकार कि केंद्रीय मंत्री लिख रहे हैं भूमिका बनाने के लिए कल हमें रोकनी पड़े यात्रा को आगे, तो कम से कम हम भूमिका बनाए, उस आधार बनाने के लिए पत्र लिखा गया होगा।
In a new face-off between BJP and Congress, Congress MP and leader Sonia Gandhi and other opposition leaders protested in front of the Gandhi statue inside Parliament premises, demanding a discussion on the recent India-China clash at Tawang in Arunachal. Earlier in the day, Congress MPs Manikam Tagore and Manish Tiwari gave adjournment motion notice in Lok Sabha to discuss the border situation with China. Responding to the demand, the BJP hit back, saying that all possible responses were already given on the floor of the House. Congress leader Sonia Gandhi also hit out at the government for not allowing a discussion on the India-China border issue in Parliament, saying silence on matters of serious concern has become a defining feature. Addressing party MPs at the general body meeting of the Congress Parliamentary Party in the Central Hall of Parliament, she said when facing a significant national challenge, it's been the tradition in our country to bring Parliament into confidence.
डिमांड यही है कि सदन में चर्चा चाहते हैं, जो चाइनीज आक्रमण कर रहा है उसके बारे में सदन को इन्फॉर्मेशन दो, ताकि सदन के ओर से सारे देश के लोगों को मालूम हो। यही चर्चा अगर नहीं हुई, एक तरफा उत्तर हुआ, तो उसका क्या मतलब है?
सबसे बड़ी मांग कोई मांग नहीं है, मांग एक ही है कि चाइना के घुसपैठ की सूचना मिल रही है हिंदुस्तानी बॉर्डर में। सदन सर्वोच्च है और सदन में इस बात पर पूर्णतः पूरी स्थिति की जानकारी सरकार को देनी चाहिए। सरकार क्यों उससे भाग रही है और अगर सरकार उस पर चर्चा कराने में कोई ऐतराज क्यों है, और अगर कोई ऐतराज है तो इसका मतलब है कि दाल में कुछ काला है, इसलिए सरकार चर्चा नहीं करना चाहती। हम लोग की मांग है कि सरकार इस पर जवाब दे, बताए और उस पर चर्चा हो।
सदन में आया प्राइवेटाइजेशन, इसके ऊपर लोगों को बोलने का मौका दिया जाए। पहले 60 रुपये हुआ था, मैंने 3 दिन टाइम दिया था, इन्होंने 1 घंटा भी टाइम नहीं दिया। सदन के सारे मेंबरों को बोलने का मौका दें। वहाँ क्या हो रहा है, हम परेशान है, सारा मुल्क परेशान है, आराम से सो रहे हैं, तो नहीं चलेगा, बयान देना पड़ेगा।
देखिए, रणनीति बिल्कुल साफ है कि चीन के ऊपर चर्चा होनी चाहिए संसद में, कि चीन और भारत के जो रिश्ते हैं और चीन का ये जो उग्र रुख है भारत की तरफ, इसका क्या कारण है, सरकार की क्या नीति है, इसके ऊपर चर्चा की जरूरत है।
आखिरी सवाल सर, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा को लेकर चिट्ठी लिखी है हेल्थ मिनिस्टर ने कि कोविड फैल रहा है और उसके ऊपर विचार करना चाहिए। भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के ऊपर राहुल गांधी को और अशोक गहलोत दोनों को ही चिट्ठी लिखी गई है।
देखिए, मुझे इसके बारे में जानकारी नहीं है। अगर श्री राहुल गांधी जी को या अशोक गहलोत को कोई चिट्ठी लिखी है तो मुख्यमंत्री राजस्थान उसका बेहतर जवाब दे पाए।
मांग है कि चीन के मामले पर संसद में चर्चा हो। जो सरकार ने चुप्पी साध ली है, सरकार ने मौन व्रत धारण कर लिया है, उससे जो है विपक्ष परेशान। वो कहता है आप कुछ तो बताओ, पूरा देश चीन के इस मामले पर, सीमा सुरक्षा के मामले पर आपके साथ है, हमारे सेना के जवानों के साथ है सारा विपक्ष, तो आपको फिर जो है इस पर चर्चा कराने से क्या गुरेज है? आप इस पर चर्चा कराइए, लोगों के सुझाव लीजिए, कड़े कूटनीतिक कदम उठाइए। सोनिया गांधी ने अपनी संसदीय दल की बैठक में भी कहा है कि कड़े कूटनीतिक कदम उठाने चाहिए और आर्थिक कदम उठाने चाहिए चीन के मामले में। वहाँ पे सरकार कुछ कर नहीं रही, इसकी वजह से उसके हौसले बढ़ते जा रहे हैं।
गलवान के बाद उम्मीद थी कि ये ट्रेड खत्म होगा, पर वो ट्रेड और बढ़ा है। तो ये सवाल पूछना लाजमी है कि आप एक तरफ आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात करते हैं, दूसरी तरफ हम बॉर्डर पे इस तरीके का विवाद देख रहे हैं और आप इसके बारे में चर्चा नहीं करने दे रहे हैं। क्या हमारे सैनिकों को और हमारी सैनिकों की तरफ जिम्मेदारी नहीं है कि वो बार बार बॉर्डर पे लड़ रहे हैं, निहत्ते कभी कभी लड़ते हैं, कभी मुश्किलों का सामना कर रहे हैं, और हमारी जो सरकार है उनकी किसी तरीके की जवाबदेही नहीं दे रही।
देखिए, कांग्रेस की पोल खुल चुकी है क्योंकि रक्षा मंत्री जी और विदेश मंत्री ने पहले बड़े विस्तार में कह दिया कि भारत की सीमा पर 1 इंच भूमि भी ना हमने कभी जाने दी ना जाने देंगे। मुंह तोड़ जवाब अतिक्रमणकारियों को पहले भी दिया, अब भी दिया है, लेकिन कांग्रेस को भारतीय सेना से ज़्यादा किसी और पर विश्वास है। और ये आज की स्थिति नहीं, ये 1962 पर भी पर्दा डालना चाहते हैं, जो उस समय हुआ जब कांग्रेस की सरकारें थी।
मैं इतना ही कहना, आई वुड लाइक टू टेल ओनली वन थिंग। तो उनको बीच बीच में महात्मा गांधी जी याद आता है, ये नकली कांग्रेस, नकली गांधी और नकली कांग्रेस को। ये तो अच्छी बात है, दैट्स ए गुड थिंग, बट आई वुड लाइक टू टेल, रिमाइंड देम वन थिंग, वट एवर हैज हैपेंड ड्यूरिंग देयर टेन्योर, वट एवर दी वी हैव लॉस्ट as far as our land is concerned in the border, let them remind that, and how we sacrificed because of their grand old leader Pandit Nehru, what we have lost and what we have gained. Let them study first, and how we lost the permanent membership UN Security Council, that also let them study, and after that if they go and sit, and Mahatma Gandhi ji will definitely give them a wisdom.
Congress alleged that the ministers in government were attacking judiciary on various grounds and making attempts to reduce standing of the judiciary. Government hit back at these allegations. While speaking in Lok Sabha, Union Home Minister Amit Shah said all states and union territories will have to come together to fight against the drug menace.
कि नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार की ड्रग के कारोबार पर और उसके मुनाफे से आतंकवाद के वित्त पोषण पर जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति है।
Reacting to the current India-China face-off, Tibetan president in exile and other leaders, Tibetan leaders, have said that there is democracy in India and that India, unlike China, gives everyone a voice. The Dalai Lama also said that disagreements should soon be resolved and that we should build a world without weapons.
So now India's is a existing habit, democracy and respect.
NIA submitted in a special NIA court in Kochi that the banned PFI leaders in Kerala were in touch with some of the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda leaders. NIA also submitted that there is a secret wing of PFI working to prepare a hit list of people belonging to other communities and their activities were centered around the PFI office. BJP State Vice President K.S. Radhakrishnan has said that PFI has got political support from LDF, UDF and that just banning the PFI won't help. He has further said that Kerala police is doing absolutely nothing on it.
Governments led by both the LDF and UDF, in one way or other, keep a type of unanimity in promoting terrorism among the Muslim community. I don't blame that the entire Muslim members of the entire Muslim community endorses terrorism because being a community of traders, they want peace and harmony for their prosperity.
Yet another visual proof of Pak role in drone dropping. BSF troops shot down a Pakistani drone in Punjab's Gurdaspur district after BSF troops fired nearly 37 rounds. Political face-off within the AIADMK as EPS called for a statewide protest against the DMK government in a bid to show support and prove the strength of the opposition. Meanwhile, OPS called for a meeting of district secretaries to discuss the future of the party. Crackdown on gangsters. NIA conducted fourth set of raids in connection with syndicate of gangsters over alleged involvement of some of these gangsters in Pakistan's drone-dropping conspiracy. Two statues of the former chief ministers of Tamil Nadu, MGR and Jayalalitha, have been placed near the Madras High Court Madurai bench premises after the cadres who found that a saffron shawl was put on the shoulders of the statue of Dr. MGR. Traffic on Jammu-Srinagar National Highway was disrupted after a landslide was reported on the National Highway near Deval Bridge in Udhampur. Getting in more news now from across the world. Protests escalated in Afghanistan's Kabul after Taliban rulers banned female students from attending universities, effective immediately. The latest crackdown on women's rights and freedoms. Despite initially promising a more moderate rule respecting rights for women and minorities, the Taliban has implemented their strict interpretation of Sharia. Chinese President Xi Jinping has hailed 50 years of diplomatic relations with Australia as fundamental to peace and stability in the world. Xi exchanged greetings on the half-century of ties with Australian Governor General David Hurley and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. The Australian Foreign Minister is in China for talks seeking to mend a long break in high-level ties that have prompted trade sanctions and political frictions. After arriving in Beijing, Wang thanked China for the invitation, which comes on the anniversary of 50 years of official diplomatic ties between the nations. Wang's visit is the first by an Australian Foreign Minister to China in 4 years and is raising hopes that Australia will make progress on ending China's blocks on imports. Pharmaceutical companies in China worked at full capacity to increase medicine supply as more people getting infected with the fast-spreading Omicron virus. Pharma firms in central China's Hunan province were operating 24 hours a day to increase output. Medicine companies in China giving priority to supply of anti-fever drugs since relaxation of COVID-19 restrictions earlier this month. Multiple cities in southern China have converted COVID-19 testing booths into makeshift fever clinics in compliance with the country's optimization of COVID-19 restriction measures. China called on the US to stop making unfounded accusations after the US ambassador to NATO warned of Beijing and Moscow's challenges to the unity of the military alliance. Mao also again defended her country's COVID response. With the hardline government set to enter office, some Israeli LGBTQ and families fear for their futures and a repeal of years of gradual recognition for the community. Many members of the Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition are vocally anti-LGBTQ, and some have pledged to take steps to roll back recent progress. Peru's Congress tentatively endorsed a plan to hold early elections in an attempt to defuse a national political crisis marked by deadly unrest after lawmakers ousted President Pedro Castillo. The proposal, approved by 91 of the legislature's 130 members, would push up to April 2023 elections for president and Congress originally scheduled for 2026. The US House Ways and Means Committee is proposing legislation to beef up the approach that the Internal Revenue Service takes when conducting mandatory audits of the taxes of US presidents. Getting in more stories now from across the world. Let's get to the next one. This one coming in from Ukraine, where Zelensky is preparing to visit Washington in his first known trip outside the country since Russia's invasion began in February. The visit to Washington is set to include an address to Congress on Capitol Hill and a meeting with President Joe Biden. It comes as lawmakers are set to vote on a year-ending spending package that includes about $45 billion in emergency assistance to Ukraine, and as the US prepares to send Patriot surface-to-air missiles to the country to help stave off Russia's invasion. Getting in more news now, star Indian batsman Surya Kumar Yadav continued his form, smashing an explosive half-century on his return to Ranji. The United World Wrestling announced the dates for the Asian Wrestling Championships 2023, which will take place in New Delhi from the 28th of March to the 2nd of April. The Asian Championship competitions will feature men's freestyle, women's freestyle, and men's Greco-Roman divisions. Rohit Sharma has claimed to number 9 position in the latest ICC Test rankings, while Pakistan captain Babar Azam has risen to a career-high Test batsman ranking. The victories for Australia, England and India in their respective recent Test matches have seen a host of their stars climb the charts. ICC CEO has stated that the recent tour of England to Pakistan was a huge success and was optimistic of future tours to the Asian country being equally triumphant. In 2022, Test cricket made rejoicing comeback to Pakistan with a successful recent series played there by Australia and England. Lionel Messi added another record to his name 2 days after he won the FIFA World Cup 2022 as a carousel of photographs commemorating the triumph has since surpassed all other posts on Instagram in terms of likes. Asked about the debate on who's the better player between Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, former Turkey head coach Fatih Terim claimed that the Argentinian star is by far the best player in the world. Yasir Al-Misehal, the Saudi Arabian Football Federation president, has ambitions for his country to break into the top 20 in the FIFA World Ranking. Saudi Arabia provided the shock of the tournament, beating eventual winners Argentina 2-1 in their opening game, a result that certainly captured the imagination of football fans. A parade to celebrate the Argentine World Cup champions was abruptly cut short as millions of people poured onto thoroughfares, highways, overpasses in a chaotic attempt to catch a glimpse of the national team that won one of the greatest World Cup finals of all time. Shifting focus to basketball now, NBA where Nuggets beat Grizzlies after Nikola Jokic had 13 points, 13 rebounds and 13 assists for his second straight triple-double to lead Denver Nuggets over Memphis Grizzlies. And Nuggets head coach hailed the victory of Nuggets over Grizzlies. He said, and I quote, "It was a really steady game for them. Fun to watch. The guys just understood the importance of the game."
Powered by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Big Basket, India's largest online supermarket. Citroën C3, express your style. HDFC Life, Sarutake Jio.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time. And say, I'm not done.
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
Guys, just 1 second. Choosing a car for my mom.
What? Online car shopping? Wow, that's so cool, yeah.
शाहरुख ने बताया.
Wait up. Booking a car service.
From here.
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं. There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
देखें कौन नया खिलाड़ी आया है.
समझा देते हैं.
प्यार से समझाएंगे. ये तो अपनी जुबान है.
जुबान एक हो तो दिल भी एक होने चाहिए. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
2022 में सुबु ने कंसिस्टेंटली अंडर परफॉर्म किया और 3 बार डिमोट होकर भी दिखाया. पर सुबु तो उड़ रहा है क्योंकि जियो मार्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में शॉपिंग पर मिलेगा अप टू 80% ऑफ. तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी.
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो. एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए?
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी ज़रूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? रिया, अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Hey Rahul, what's up?
Hey, kicked about our first date?
Of course.
Benefits up to rupees 30,000 only at the Citroën C3 Carnival. Book today.
सुनो, फिर से शादी करनी? अब तो मैं रिटायर होने वाला हूँ। उसके बाद तो टाइम ही टाइम होगा एक दूसरे के लिए।
पर रिटायरमेंट के बाद लाइफ इतनी इजी थोड़ी होगी। HDFC लाइफ एन्युटी।
रिटायरमेंट के बाद भी सैलरी मिलेगी।
HDFC लाइफ एन्युटी प्लान्स दे लाइफ लॉन्ग इनकम ताकि रिटायरमेंट के बाद भी लाइफ पहले जैसी ही रहे। HDFC लाइफ, सर उठा के जियो।
Is Congress back to 2020 negativism? Health Ministry raises alarm on Bharat Jodo Yatra. Why make COVID directives a political issue? Ornav debates at 9 p.m.
Burning question.
Amidst the COVID surge in China and the US, India is in an alert mode, reviewing the COVID preparedness. Concerns over the variant driving the China surge BF.7, India increases the genome sequencing. 4 cases are detected so far, all are cured. Top health ministry sources suggest government all set to issue fresh guidelines now for travelers from China. Union Health Minister hits back at the Congress outraging over COVID norms. Warning, says my duty as a health minister is to warn. Home Minister Amit Shah's stern warning on NGO funding for conversions in the parliament. He says strict action will be taken. And the Union Law Minister hits back at Sonia Gandhi's allegations on the judiciary, says no conflict between the government and the judiciary. A very good evening. The show's called The Burning Question. And, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we thought we've seen the worst of it all. We thought we'll not have to mask up anymore. We thought we could travel anywhere and everywhere without any kind of restrictions. But what has happened in China in the last few weeks is a clear testimony to the fact that the COVID situation is far from over. So we as a country, first up, need to acknowledge that the threat is real. And secondly, you need to be better prepared on time. The reason why the Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia now has written to Rahul Gandhi, who's, remember, a part of that Bharat Jodo Yatra right now that is about to enter the state of Haryana, and he says, please follow all COVID protocols. He said a lot of yatris are also testing positive, the reason why we have to be concerned. But how has the Congress party responded? The Congress party says this is nothing but pure, simple politics. They say the BJP is running scared with the kind of response the Yatra is generating. But we today, as citizens, want to know who's playing politics and why should the Congress party have a problem at all with these protocols. Let's first up bring up the entire story and then we debate.
COVID alarm bells have started ringing in India. 4 cases of Omicron subvariant BF.7 have been detected. The Health Ministry in this regard issued an advisory for Bharat Jodo Yatra to follow strict protocols.
मुझे बताया गया है कि उससे उस यात्रा में भाग लिए हुए कई लोगों को कोविड पॉजिटिव पाया गया है, तो उसके लिए प्रिकॉशन लिया जाए, कोविड प्रोटोकॉल का पालन किया जाए।
सवाल ये खड़ा होता है, क्या एक परिवार सब प्रोटोकॉल से ऊपर है?
बीजेपी is using so many tactics and techniques to stop this yatra for so much last so many days. Now they are making use of COVID.
However, the Congress accused the centre of selectively picking on the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Now they are making use of COVID. Actually, we can see the situation in the country now. Now they are very much worried about the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
This is a fact that COVID threat is emerging again and one cannot deny that. But the burning question is, will Congress stop Yatra amid COVID spike? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So what you see on your screen, before I take it to our guests, is the kind of turnout that has been spotted during the Bharat Jodo Yatras. Now, what the government of the day is saying is that there has to be concern, there has to be preparedness. You have to follow the norms to ensure that we do not have a situation that goes out of control. So what's happened earlier is that 3 members of parliament, remember, from the state of Rajasthan, initially have written to the Union Health Minister, he is Mansukh Mandavia, expressing concern. These MPs also go on to say that a number of yatris on the ground have tested positive, the reason why the government needs to act quickly. So what the Health Ministry did is then write to Rahul Gandhi and to the Chief Minister in Rajasthan, that is Ashok Gehlot, to say that please follow all protocols, or if possible, please postpone the yatra. To which the Congress party has also responded, and the Congress party now has said this is plain simple politics because the BJP is running scared of the turnout during the yatras. So what is the reality, and should a topic like this, something that we've seen now for the last 3 years or so, we've seen it, we've seen the brunt of it, we do know that time is of the essence in a story like this, so why today politicize that protocol? I only right now see Dr. Sanjeev Chaubey, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a full political panel joining us any moment now as we'll track that story and have to have answers to questions like what of a flight ban from China? Is the government even mulling something like that? What about protocols for everyone else? But because I see Dr. Sanjeev Chaubey, who is a consultant otherwise practicing in Shanghai, but he is joining us in the broadcast from Noida. Dr. Chaubey, sir, thank you and good evening for joining us here on Republic. I want to know from you, how bad is the situation first up in China? And people actually thought no more masking, no more, flight restrictions, we can go back to the normal. But what is your warning? What is your assessment?
See, it's an indication for everyone. And we have lessons from the previous experience. Since there was a lockdown for 3 years in China, and in that there's certainly ways of the, and later on it's flare up like. So what we have to learn the lesson that we have to start all the protocols open right from now itself, and whatever activities, mask gathering activities.
So you think the government of the day first up should ban, sir, all flights to and fro from China? You think that should be the first step?
No, they say, see, first of all, there is no direct flight from India to China at the moment. There is always through the transit route.
Yes, but there are flights, sir, with stopovers from Singapore, from Hong Kong, from Vietnam, from Indonesia. You still have those flights operating.
Exactly. So there is no direct flight. There's the transit from here to Sri Lanka, as you mentioned, Thailand. Then you can go Singapore and Hong Kong. These routes are open, definitely, but that has to need to be strict surveillance. People who are migrating either from the even from Singapore. You never know, the people are asymptomatic carrier, and later on when they mix up with our community and our people, it might be just flare up and might be having a high chance of infection at the moment. We cannot say very in a security manner.
Now, when you make that point, Dr. Chaube, there is a good amount of politics being played in the country right now over these COVID protocols. But the problem here is that the Aam Aadmi, as always, will bear the brunt. You know, netas will come, they will politicize. The Congress party today says that, you know, only the Bharat Jodo Yatra is being targeted. The BJP is saying that you have to follow the norms. Now, tell me something. If a yatra like this is going on with so many people, though it is happening in an, you know, open space, like they say, where you have a lot of circulation of the air, so clearly there is less danger compared to what's the danger in a closed space or a closed room. But what is your assessment of any political rally, any political yatra that is still underway in the country? What about markets that are still open? What about the parliament that is working in full session? No one is wearing a mask anywhere.
See, the this Bharat Jodo Yatra and all this thing, it's a mass gathering activity, and I, uh, as a sensible or if the really your leader is taking care of your nation, he first take care of prevent himself. But the way that it's going on, it's more liking provocating to the join the people and spreading the infection. Even from the one people, you know that 18 to 50 people can infect. So in this mass rally, if someone is asymptomatic carrier and some old people are also joining this rally, probably when they will go home and when they will back to their native place, they might have to infect other also, and might be there's a high mortality rate. So it's better to stop all this thing as soon as possible.
Okay, I'm in fact, sir, also waiting to introduce our political panel, and let's see if we can actually get them on our screens. Anuj Attri, who's a spokesperson of the Delhi Congress, let's see if we can get him on the screens, along with Tuhin Sinha, spokesperson of the BJP. We'll also have Dr. Piyush Joshi, a political analyst, with us, but I think technology is just playing a spoiler right now, Dr. Chaube, so I'll have to take the next question with you. What should people be doing right now? You know, Dr. Randeep Guleria, we were speaking to him earlier, said there's nothing to panic. His assessment is that, you know, China is looking at an implosion like this because of multiple reasons. One is obviously because we haven't seen mass vaccinations. The second point that people need to understand is also because till now you had a zero COVID policy. So the moment, you know, you have restrictions that are lifted, restrictions that were on for the last many, many years, this was bound to happen. But because we are just next door and, you know, even one person being infected can create a complete havoc in the country, what should all of us be doing right now?
See, you learn the lesson from the China. China has maintained the lockdown period for 3 years, and suddenly when they open it, even they vaccinated, and the majority of the people was covered. But the thing was that when they mix up with each other, definitely you can see the outcome over there. Right now, for us, I know it's not no need to panic, but just have to take precaution and just save yourself and save other as well. So that is the motto we should have. That not only to save yourself, that is the saving to other as well. That way we can pass out all these phases. Which is probably it will. I'm saying that it should not become. This is the way that we have to start our precautions.
Okay, I request you, sir, to please continue to stay with us. Let me have our guest now on the screens. Anuj Attri, spokesperson of the Delhi Congress, along with Tuhin Sinha, spokesperson of the BJP, also Dr. Piyush Joshi, political analyst, and I think we'll also have Dr. Alok Rai, chairman of the Medica Group of Hospitals, on the broadcast from Kolkata in a bit. But let me take my first question now, apart from Dr. Chaube, to Anuj Attri. Anuj, मुझे नहीं पता आप कितनी हमारी बातचीत सुन पाए हैं, लेकिन डॉक्टर चौबे यहाँ पर ये कहते हैं कि अगर थोड़ा सा भी प्रिकॉशन लेकर आप आने वाले समय को बेहतर कर सकते हैं, एक रिस्क को अवर्ट कर सकते हैं, तो इस भारत जोड़ो यात्रा को क्यों नहीं रोका जा सकता या पोस्टपोन क्यों नहीं किया जा सकता? अनुज, मुझे लगता है आपने अपना अनम्यूट बटन नहीं दबाया है। आप प्लीज अनम्यूट कर लीजिएगा तो आपको हम सुन पाएंगे। जी
मैंने अनम्यूट कर लिया, क्या आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं?
जी बताइए।
हाँ, देखिए, मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि पहले ये बीजेपी स्पष्ट कर दे कि उनको खतरा किससे है। क्या राहुल जी की इस जो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा है उससे कोविड का तो कहीं कोई अभी इम्पैक्ट आया नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने भी जो स्पेशली जो मनसुख मंडाविया जी जो मिनिस्टर ऑफ हेल्थ हैं, उन्होंने एक एडवाइजरी लेटर दिया है। कोई गवर्नमेंट ने गाइडलाइन अभी इशू नहीं की है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी को अपनी गवर्नमेंट को इनकी जहां जहां चल रही है, जहां जहां ये यात्रा निकल रही है, एक जन सलाब के रूप में निकल रही है, कहीं ना कहीं डेफिनेटली इससे इनको अपनी गवर्नेंस के ऊपर रिस्क आ गया है कि किस तरह से जो है जनता एक सलाब के रूप में राहुल जी के साथ चल रही है। कोविड का अभी कहीं कोई इफेक्ट हमारे यहाँ है नहीं। अगर है तो हमारी कंट्री में कोई कोविड केसेस है नहीं। पहले भी जब कोविड का जब आया था इंडिया में केस आए थे तब भी राहुल गांधी जी ने गवर्नमेंट को आगाह किया था कि आप इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट्स रोक दीजिए। ये बाहर से आया है कोविड, इंडिया में नहीं आया। और अब ये जो नई BF.7 जो वेरिएंट है ये इंडिया में नहीं है, ये बाहर से ही आएगा। तो क्यों नहीं सबसे पहले जो एडवाइजरी इनको करना चाहिए, अपने इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट्स को रोक देना चाहिए और जो पैसेंजर्स आ रहे हैं इंटरनेशनल पैसेंजर्स उनको आइसोलेट करें। यहाँ किसको कोविड है अभी बताइए? ये वेरिएंट अभी यहाँ किसको है? किसको आप रोकना चाहते हैं? यहाँ तो किसी को भी केस नहीं है ऐसा। बाहर से आएगा जो भी आएगा, आप बाहर से रोकिए ना, अपना आप काम कर नहीं रहे। और अगर यात्राएं रोकनी है तो 25 दिसंबर से कर्नाटक बीजेपी जो सारी विधानसभाओं में अपने पूरे स्टेट वाइज अपनी यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं, वहां तो इनको कोई रिस्क नहीं है, वहां कोई लेटर नहीं इश्यू होता है। लेकिन राहुल गांधी जी की यात्रा से पूरी बीजेपी को रिस्क है, इसलिए इनको कहीं ना कहीं इस तरह से एक माहौल डेवलप किया जा रहा है कि कहीं ये यात्रा से सबसे बड़ा रिस्क कोविड का नहीं है, बीजेपी की अपनी एग्जिस्टेंस के ऊपर रिस्क आ रहा है।
ठीक है, ठीक है अनुज जी, आपने बहुत सारी बातें कही हैं, मैं उनसे पार्टली अग्री करती हूँ। लेकिन अब एक बात जरूरी है। देखिए क्या हो जाता है कि नेता लोग तो पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं, लेकिन उसमें एक कॉमन आदमी को ही सबसे ज्यादा दिक्कत होती है। और आप कह रहे हैं कि इस वेरिएंट के केसेस नहीं है, तो मैं आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए बता दूं कि कई स्टेट्स में ये केसेस और ये वेरिएंट अब रिपोर्ट हुआ है। लेकिन again and again, remember, we are a republic are saying it's not right now a situation where you need to panic, but you obviously need. Yes, अनुज जी, आपने सर अपनी बात रखी, बिल्कुल आपने अपनी बात रखी, आपने कुछ वैलिड पॉइंट्स उठाए हैं। मैं तुहीन के पास जाती हूँ, ठीक है, मैं तुहीन सिन्हा के पास जाती हूँ जो स्पोक्स पर्सन है बीजेपी के। तुहीन, you know, tell me something. Is the fight against the Congress or the fight is against the virus, Tuhin? Today, should your first and the biggest priority be to stop all flights, at least coming from China? And don't tell me there are no direct flights, because we know that, but there are a lot of flights which have stopovers from Hong Kong, from Vietnam, from Indonesia, from Singapore. Have you stopped all those flights? Parliament is in full session. I do not see anyone wearing a mask. What about the markets? Are you telling all of us that we have to mask up? Or Tuhin, let me complete the question, because a lot of our viewers today are anxious. They are saying that if you are speaking to Rahul Gandhi, you're writing a letter to him that stop the yatra, does this mean that we should stop perhaps moving out, mingling out in a crowd? Should we stop all that?
देखिए दीप्ति जी, मुझे पता नहीं क्यों बिना बात का कांग्रेस बौखला जाती है। सरकार राहुल गांधी की शुभ चिंतक, हम चाहते हैं कि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा चले, क्योंकि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा से हमेशा लाभ होता है। बट ऑन अ मोर सीरियस नोट,
अरे भारत की भी तो चिंता करिए ना तुहीन, सिर्फ भारत जोड़ो यात्रा की चिंता मत करिए, पूरे भारत के बारे में भी सोचिए। Tuhin, don't duck that question, because this is very serious. You know, politics apart. Today VK Paul from the Niti Aayog says, you know, there is no mandate of masking up on a flight. So on a flight, people are not supposed to mask up. In markets, we are not supposed to mask up. In the parliament, people are not supposed to mask up. But Rahul Gandhi on a Bharat Jodo Yatra has to mask up.
The entire situation is being monitored on a real-time basis. And whenever it be required, it could be as early as tomorrow, fresh directives will be issued. Now, you need to understand that despite a lot of campaign, many people have not taken the booster dose. So I will request that, you know, if through your channel you could start a campaign for people to take the booster dose, that would be much appreciated, because that is the first thing we need to do. Now, this particular variant was first reported, one case was reported way back in October, but because of the enormous vaccination cover that India has, in all likelihood, that is the reason why in the last 2 months there has been no spurt in cases. So all that is being accessed on real time. You don't need to worry. Fresh directives will be issued almost on a daily basis. All of that is being taken care of. But I think, the larger point over here is that if I were to travel on a plane tomorrow, and if somebody gave me some instructions or some advice as a well-wisher, I would take it in a positive way. What problem does the Congress have? Have we asked them to stop the Bharat Jodo Yatra? We've just asked them to take some precautions, and I'm sure those same precautions will be valid for any other yatra that we undertake from here.
But Tuin, you still haven't answered my question. And, I as a citizen today, I'm concerned. I want to know, has the government raised the alarm levels to a point where you will be issuing guidelines? You're telling me tomorrow. Will that mean that we'll have to mask up now in flights, mask up in markets?
As tomorrow, it could
we
be
could
in the
be looking
coming
at a
days.
lockdown.
What
No
I'm
one
saying
knows.
is that
No one knows anything.
What I'm saying is that it could be as early as tomorrow, or it could be in the coming days. We are monitoring the situation on a real-time basis. We have a very proactive health minister who was personally involved with the vaccination program and ensured its success. So you don't need to worry about these things.
Okay, and I have another question, Tuin, with you. But before that, I want to go to Piyush. Also, I'm told Dr. Alok Roy joining us now. Good evening to you, Dr. Roy. And with your permission, I want to take one quick question with Dr. Piyush Joshi also, who leans towards the Aam Aadmi Party. Dr. Joshi, what would you say? Today, the Congress says this is plain simple politics, but the government says there is no politics. This is about the health of the country. And what's the problem in following COVID protocols, even on a yatra?
So how do you do that? If you are really concerned about the health of the people, of the well-being of the people, then you issue a generalized directive. You ask certain pertinent questions to Tuhin, and unfortunately, he did not answer any of it. So whatever general instructions the government passes applies to any yatra or any gathering or any other activity alike. So what the government is trying to do, that the government is trying to pinpoint that this is the yatra which can precipitate the COVID situation, which can precipitate the COVID disease, and can worsen the situation of the coronavirus in this country. So they want to create a narrative, and I have a little objection, though I'm not a supporter of Congress, certainly. Then to defend Congress is the Congress's spokesperson's job. But that Bharat Jodo or COVID Jodo, I don't think it has come to it yet. So the government's narrative is pretty clear that the opposition is basically not thinking in any national interest. They want to paint all opposition parties as anti-national. They do not want to answer clear-cut questions on China. They do not want to answer clear-cut questions about how they are preparing for COVID. What is their strategy? How are they going to determine whether there is an adequate immune response after the booster dosing or after the 2 doses? What is their statistical sample collection strategy? So they don't want to work on that. They want to politicize the issue. They tried to do it in the first wave. They are trying to do it again. And it is plain and simple.
Okay, so Dr. Joshi, how I understood this, and I'm taking this to Dr. Alok Roy, is that you do see a good amount of politics right now. You're saying that perhaps the Bharat Jodo Yatra is being targeted, and you have questions for the government, which I'll let Tuhin respond to in just a bit. But Dr. Roy, you're the chairman, sir, of the Medica Group of Hospitals in Kolkata. As someone who has seen everything, you've seen the first wave, the second wave, the third wave, and we thought we are going to be ringing in the new year 2023 with COVID all behind us. But the very fact that we have seen what has happened in China, the very fact that we have lessons that we must learn, would you want to caution our politicians to stop playing politics with this?
Actually, after having seen so many deaths happening in first wave, second wave, third wave, and the way hospitals and people have suffered, I think as an abundant caution, and what news is coming is not very good. Even if the country is immune, have got vaccination, but as a citizen, as a somebody who has suffered very recently, lost so many of our doctors and their relatives, I would advise everybody. I don't know the politics. I don't understand. Don't want to comment on that. But I would say that Christmas revelry, the New Year revelry, all the political gathering, must be, and we must bring strict COVID protocol right now. And Mr. Rajesh Bhushan, Health Secretary, what advisory has issued, we must be very, very cautious. We don't want to pay the same price what we have paid, because what is coming now, that within 3 months, there will be overwhelming majority of people getting COVID, which is a very serious information. Can't just be passed around very lightly.
Okay. Yeah, I would just like to come in.
Okay, I think these are very, very important words.
Just can I come in for 30 seconds?
One second, Piyush.
Yeah.
Okay, quickly, yes.
Just 30 seconds. One big difference between the India situation of COVID and China situation of COVID is the efficiency of the vaccine. The Sinovac has not been proven as effective as the Covishield and Covaxin has been proven, because I am a doctor, I have been a COVID physician. So I am a treating consulting physician. So the Indian vaccine program has been a big success, and the government should be congratulated for that. So there is a big difference between Sinovac and Covishield and Covaxin. But I think we should. I agree with Dr. Roy. I agree with Dr. Roy that there should be a caution overall, and we should all practice caution, not only at political level, at a general level as well. So let government pass a general instruction, which is to be followed by all.
Dr. Joshi,
that is true. I think both of you gentlemen.
The very fact that we don't know which side. Yeah, we don't know which side this virus will sit. We have seen it's varying and changing so fast. The Delta variant, Omicron, all the variations. Why you want to be lackadaisical or the
I agree with Dr. Roy on that account. I agree with Dr. Roy.
Okay. I think both Dr. Roy, Dr. Joshi have made some fair points, and I have to get in Tuhin now. Then I'll get in Anuj also for a rebuttal. Tuhin, the point is today, ever since the story broke, of Mansukh Mandavia, the health minister, writing to Rahul Gandhi, a lot of our viewers today have been asking us, they've been calling us in our newsrooms to know, is the situation that bad? And what should we do? Should we wear masks? Should we not step out? What about flights? Can we travel? Can we not travel? So tell me something. There is some bit of politics, Tuhin. You can't deny that. Because, you're telling me that you have an advisory for the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but not yet an advisory for Bharat, for all of us. So today, are you also not responsible for perhaps spreading some bit of panic? No, Tuhin, you have to let me complete the question. You haven't spoken about the flight restrictions. Dr. V.K. Paul was asked specifically on this. He said right now the DGCA is not being advised any special guidelines. This means when you're on a flight, you don't have to wear a mask. When you're outside, you don't have to mask up. But tell me something on the other side. Today, you can play politics, you can settle scores with Rahul Gandhi or whatever. But what about the citizen today? And are you telling me that your upcoming yatras in Karnataka will be stalled? No yatras, no campaigns from the BJP? Is that what you're saying and promising?
As far as the advisory to Rahul Gandhi is concerned, the Honorable Health Minister has spoken in detail about it. That advisory was based on letters written by 3 different MPs from Rajasthan, because supposedly, I think some people who were associated with the yatra had developed COVID. So I think there was a context to it, and I don't think there is any politics to it. Like I said, if I am traveling tomorrow, and if you give me some instructions, or if you give me an advice, I will take it positively. And by that same logic,
Baba, you should give those instructions to everyone, no? Tuhin. Tuhin, please understand from where we are coming, because we have all faced the first wave, second wave, third wave. A lot of people have lost their loved ones. But today we are in a far better situation. So today, if you can, Tuhin, if you can tell people that this is the advisory, please mask up, do not go here, we'll do this, we'll do that, people perhaps will feel more safe than what they are facing right now, because today they do not know. Why are you giving an advisory to Rahul Gandhi but not to common people? What about them? Why are you not stopping flights from China?
This is an evolving situation. Fresh directives will be issued. action will be taken. But we are monitoring the situation closely. It's very important to be alert but not panic. Please understand that it takes a lot to rebuild the economy, and fortunately India is one of the few countries where the economy is stable post the pandemic, and also growing at the fastest rate. So we are we are keeping a very close watch. Whatever action we will take will be well thought out. Please, if you just go by facts, Japan has been in Japan there are nearly 1 lakh cases a day, but the intensity is absolutely low. So whether the destruction in China is the result of the complete failure of the vaccination program, all of that is being monitored, and in the days to come, very soon you will have fresh directives. But please don't panic in this situation, because panic would only result in doom for the economy, which no country can afford at this point in time.
Panicking. The response that we have seen all through today, and like I said, we all thought that we've seen the worst of it. I want to still take this question to Anuj Atri. So, Anuj, even though you're the opposition, you're taking part in a yatra, but the point is we are all equal participants. If the doctors today on the panel believe कि प्रिकॉशन लेने से चीज़ें बदल सकती हैं, चीज़ें कंट्रोल में रह सकती हैं, तो आप क्यों नहीं एक पहल करते? बीजेपी नहीं करती, नहीं करे, लेकिन आप एक पहल करिए. आप बोलिए कि राहुल गांधी या तो मास्क पहनेंगे, सब यात्रियों का जिस तरह से एक सैनिटेशन का प्रोग्राम होना चाहिए कि अपने आप को सैनिटाइज करेंगे, क्वारंटीन करेंगे, वो फॉलो करेंगे. आप लोगों को इसमें क्यों दिक्कत हो रही है?
देखिए, एज ऑफ नाउ गवर्नमेंट की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है, गवर्नमेंट की ड्यूटी है कि एक प्रोटोकॉल्स गाइडलाइन जो है वो अपना कहीं ना कहीं डायरेक्शंस इशू करें.
तो राहुल गांधी को तो चिट्ठी लिखी है ना सर, राहुल गांधी जी को चिट्ठी लिखी है और काफी डिटेल चिट्ठी है वो.
नहीं, क्या ये सिर्फ राहुल गांधी जी के लिए एप्लीकेबल होगा पूरी कंट्री में, या गवर्नमेंट को जो है नेशन वाइड अपनी एक एडवाइजरी इशू करनी चाहिए कि सबके लिए है, ये सबके लिए मैंडेटरी है. वी विल बी द फर्स्ट पार्टी, फर्स्ट पीपल जो उसको फॉलो करेंगे. एटलीस्ट गवर्नमेंट अपना ऑफिशियली गाइडलाइंस तो इशू करे. या ये पॉलिटिक्स करनी है इनको तो फिर ठीक है, हम लोग पॉलिटिकली इसको जवाब देंगे.
मैडम, यहाँ पे प्रवासी भारतीय सम्मेलन होने वाला है.
जो है बीजेपी का मोटिव केवल पॉलिटिक्स करना है, इसमें कोई
पीयूष जल्दी से 10 सेकंड और आखिरी वर्ड तुहिन को दूंगी.
मेरा ये कहना है कि मैं इंदौर से आता हूं मैडम, यहाँ पे एक प्रवासी भारतीय सम्मेलन होने वाला है जहाँ पे पूरी दुनिया से एनआरआईज ट्रेवल करके आने वाले हैं. सो व्हाट इज द गवर्नमेंट्स एडवाइजरी अबाउट दैट?
तुहिन ये सम्मेलन होगा और आपने मेरे कर्नाटक के क्वेश्चन का भी जवाब नहीं दिया. Your Karnataka BJP is going all out with a big campaign starting the 25th, if I'm not wrong.
देखिए, हमने राहुल गांधी को एडवाइजरी देके ये एग्जाम्पल सेट कर दिया है कि अब से होने वाली सभी यात्राओं के लिए वो सारे जो है नियम लागू होंगे, वो सारे प्रोटोकॉल्स लागू होंगे. बट एट द सेम टाइम राहुल गांधी को सबसे पहले ये इंस्ट्रक्शंस या ये एडवाइजरी देने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी? हो सकता है पिछली बार शायद जितने जन नेता है, शायद बहुत कम ऐसे जन नेता है जिन्होंने अभी तक सार्वजनिक नहीं किया है कि उन्होंने वैक्सीन ली है, नहीं ली है, कौन सा वैक्सीन लिया है. Most of the BJP leaders have been very candid about the vaccination. So that could be a reason, because even in the last time when he came back for the assembly elections of Bengal, Kerala and all, he did not observe quarantine. He was out on a travel abroad and he immediately started campaign. So maybe, this could be a reason why the health minister felt it is more important for us to issue an advisory to him. But the same applies to everybody.
You're shifting the goalpost. You're shifting the goalpost. But like I said, this is not a story that merits politics. This has to and only be preparedness. Piyush, I know you're smiling, but this is a big and a very, very important story, and Republic, all our viewers should trust us to keep you on top of this. Sans the politics, we will stick to facts. Do not panic. Please listen to the government. As Tuhin said, a lot of advisories expected in the next few days. I thank you all, gentlemen, for speaking to us and for your wisdom and time here. I quickly hand it over to Shravan now, who's taking ahead this edition of The Burning Question.
Well, thank you very much, Deepthi. The bigger question that emerges right now, what as citizens should we be doing? Should we only be talking about what the government or what the opposition should be doing? Or for that matter, the focus should be on how, as dutiful citizens, should we take this up? Amid the worrying pictures that are coming in from China, where the hospitals are essentially overwhelmed, bodies are piling up, health infrastructure is facing major challenge, India essentially is on a high alert. 4 cases of the BF.7 subvariant have been found in India. so far, but what are the immediate concerns and what should India focus on? We'll be bringing in experts on this show to get you your answers.
As the world sees these pictures from China, there is a worry across the globe. Government of India today held a review meeting to check the preparedness.
Ministerial level review will be undertaken. No panic, abundant precaution. अगर हम उस तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं तो abundant precaution के क्या मुद्दे हैं? पहली बात है कि खांसी जुकाम इस मौसम में होता है। हम विंटर में हैं, हम ठंड के मौसम में हैं। तो पहली अपील ये है कि खांसी जुकाम हो रहा है तो आज की सिचुएशन को देखते हुए अपील करना चाहेंगे कि उसमें आप टेस्टिंग करवा दीजिए। हो सकता है और 90% चांस है कि शायद ये नॉन कोविड होगा, लेकिन अगर हमने अर्ली डिटेक्शन करनी है तो तभी करेंगे, कोई टेस्ट करवाएंगे। तो एक अपील भी है और सिस्टम भी इसको प्रोत्साहित करेगा।
States are on alert.
According to me, Indians are quite safe because of the effective and successful implementation of the vaccination. When 100% of our population is completely protected with the vaccines, with double doses, I appeal to all of them to take this booster dose at the earliest. We will be monitoring at the airports and we will try to send all the positive infected cases to the INSACOG.
कोविड को लेकर के जब दुनिया के दूसरे देशों में खासकर चाइना में इस प्रकार की शिकायतें मिली कि वहां कोविड को लेकर हाहाकार मचा हुआ है, तो उत्तर प्रदेश राज्य में सतर्कता बरते जाने के निर्देश हमने जारी किए हैं। विशेष रूप से हवाई अड्डे, रेलवे स्टेशन, बस स्टेशन और भीड़ भाड़ वाले इलाके जैसे सिनेमा हॉल्स हैं, स्कूल हैं, कॉलेज हैं, जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग इकट्ठा होते हैं, वहां पर यदि कोई विदेशी यात्री आता है या विदेश से यात्रा करके भारतीय नागरिक या विदेश का कोई यात्री आता है तो उसकी अवश्य जांच करें।
Sources say that soon the government will issue fresh guidelines for travellers from China. There is indeed a need for more information and alertness.
तो चाइना के मुकाबले हमारी सिचुएशन बहुत बेहतर है, लेकिन सतर्क रहने की ज़रूरत है, विजिलेंट रहने की ज़रूरत है और प्रॉपर सर्वेलेंस की ज़रूरत है कि कहीं पर भी केसेस अगर बढ़ रहे हैं तो हम उसको जल्दी से पिकअप कर लें और वहाँ पे टेस्टिंग कर लें, जिससे ये पता चल जाए कि कोई नया वेरिएंट तो नहीं आ रहा।
But the burning question is there any need to worry? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, joining us on the burning question tonight, Dr. Harshvardhan Puri, Senior Consultant of Thoracic and Lung Transplant Surgeon Medanta, Dr. Rajiv Sood, who's the founder, Dean Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital, and Senior Director and Unit Head of Max Hospital. We're expecting the guests to join in a short while from now. Dr. Puri, if I can take this first question with you. We all thought that this was over, but this comes across as a rude shock. We saw those images coming in from China. One would say that, is this some sort of a panic reaction, or do you believe that there is a real cause of concern?
The thing is that the variant which we are looking at, which is prevalent in the outbreak in China, is BF.7. Like, the point is that these things would happen. See, Corona is here to stay. These variants will form, they will mutate, the Omicron will mutate into some other variant or something like that. But this Corona is here to stay. The situation in India is far more better than what the situation is in China. The China is going through the problems which it created itself. So much of lockdown, so much of restrictive policies, and the vaccination drive, which is not as good as India, and using a dead virus vaccine. These all things have led to what is happening in China. The situation in India is far better than China, but still we should be cautious. We should follow all advisories which we used to follow in COVID in 2020, 2021, that we should wear masks, safe distance should be should be maintained, and the large gatherings should be avoided. Let's see how it fares, but still I will tell the situation in India is better than China.
Well, in fact, we've already heard some reactions now coming in. Some experts, Dr. Puri, essentially indicating that we do have a booster dose. People have taken both the doses, but they say that B7 variant could actually bypass these very booster doses, or for that matter, the precautionary dose, if I may say so. Is there any study to the effect that even if one has taken the booster dose, that may not be enough? And that brings me to the question that should we now once again put pressure on the government to basically roll out another precaution dose?
See, there are no full-fledged studies which have shown that this virus will evade the effect of the booster dose. But the point is that yes, maybe larger studies are needed, but a statement can be made that we will need these kind of booster doses for the upcoming variants in near future also. So it's not that we have two doses and we had one booster dose and the corona is gone now. We won't need any booster doses in the near future, but that has to be studied in detail in large studies. But what preliminary reports are saying that this variant can be slightly evading the precautionary cover or immunity cover which the booster dose has given, but it is not 100% proved in any study. We need larger studies, but although I can say that we will need booster doses for these upcoming variants in near future also.
I'm also joined by Dr. Rajiv Sood, founder, Dean of Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital. Dr. Sood, I was asking this question from Dr. Puri with regards to the booster dose, or rather the precautionary dose. Dr. Sood, I just want to understand right now, for the benefit of all our viewers, is there a larger cause of concern, and what should be the roadmap, given the fact that we are heading towards festivities and then also the kind of rallies that are taking place across the country? Would you say that perhaps it's time to take a step back, bring in some more advisories to ensure that things do not go out of control?
Yes, you are absolutely right. Actually, this today the new variant has been detected also after genome sequencing in the traveler who has come from China. And we know that in India, immunity is there better than China, but new variants are likely to emerge. And this patient also who has come in November to India, this patient may have infected already, because it causes cluster infections and we don't know what kind of severity is going to be there. Now, coming to the boosters in India, we have already injected more than 2020 crore vaccine doses, and almost 70% of the eligible population is vaccinated with 2 doses. And we also know today that in the vaccinated population, the severity of the corona, even if they are infected, is less severe and less mortality. And the boosters which were given in around March, we have already crossed around 7 to 8 months again after those precautionary doses. Another precautionary dose is now required to the high risk and highly exposed population, and this is happening in other countries, whether on demand or mandatorily, and therefore precautionary doses are again required. Pandemic is continuing, pandemic is going on, and now when the threat looms high from China and even in US and other countries, where and African countries where unvaccinated population is there, new variants can emerge, and we should go for another precautionary dose or the layering of the vaccination, which is now promoted. But in India today, less than 3,500 active cases are there, when worldwide cases are in lakhs, and daily cases are less than 150. But any time we may be getting a sudden explosion of the cases, and therefore these vaccination is very important. Plus, whatever we are forgetting now, the measures to control corona, social distancing, mask and all, they are to be immediately reintroduced voluntarily.
I also have Dr. Manoj Kumar, Senior Director and Unit Head of Max Hospital, joining us. Dr. Kumar, there appears to be some sort of a fatigue that has basically set in. A large number of people essentially believe that the pandemic is over, and that perhaps remains one of the biggest challenges that the government is essentially going to face. How do you really overcome that?
As Dr. Sood was telling, that COVID pandemic is still persisting, and you have seen the letter of written by the health secretary to the state that 35 lakhs patients every week worldwide, and there is some prediction of epidemiological data that the 60% of the Chinese population and around 10% of the world population will be affected by this BF.7 variant. So definitely this is a real problem. How it will behave, what will be the lethality, mortality, we don't know, but definitely it is most rapidly transmitting variant, and R0 value is around 10 to 18.6, almost 20. So there is no place for callousness. And have you seen this letter on the first point? Health Secretary has mentioned that the five-fold strategy, that is test, treat, track, vaccine, and adherence to the COVID appropriate behavior. That is one of the most important steps or methods to prevent this spread of COVID pandemic, because you know that this variant is totally different. It is rapidly, it is not taking days to replicate. It is just doubling at hours. So this is high time to go for the adherence of the COVID appropriate behavior. There is no place of any laxity or relaxation. And you have seen in the China that just after removing this zero COVID policy, there was huge number of the COVID patients, and especially because this population in the China was not properly immunized. We are very fortunate that both vaccines, Covaxin or Covishield, has a very high effective vaccine and around 80% protection. But in Chinese vaccine, that is Sinovac Biotech made CoronaVac, is only 50% protection rate. So we are in the better position, but it is high time, because you have seen that the five countries, China, Brazil, Germany, and US, all these are facing this brunt of this high number of cases of this BF.7 variant COVID patients. So it is high time to go for the COVID adherence and adherence to the COVID appropriate behavior.
Well, Dr. Puri, I just want to give you the last word. I do not want to sound very alarming at this point in time, but having said that, if you really look at what the situation across the globe, we've already witnessed cases in the United States of America, cases coming in from Japan, and as Dr. Kumar was also pointing out, that this is replicating at a very rapid rate. We're given to understand some of the cases were reported just about a couple of weeks ago. Do you think we have enough time in hand right now to tackle the situation and bring in the necessary advisories to ensure that this does not spread like wildfire?
See, we can't stop the spreading of the virus, as all the experts are telling you that when the first case arrives in India, it has already crossed all the barriers and may have infected many people. This is a chain reaction. One gets infected, the other gets infected, the other gets infected, and the infectivity rate of this BF.7 is very high. So we can't stop it. The only thing which we need to do at the moment is that we can ask the government, we can request the government to release a booster dose of the vaccine, which should be done now. And the other thing which the general public should follow is to 100% follow the COVID appropriate behavior. The long queues, these big functions, big rallies, these all should be avoided at any cost at the moment. We have seen the havoc in 2020, in 2021. We have seen people dying on the road. So let's be cautious. Let's follow all the mass social distancing and all the things. And it may be a request from your channel to the governments that they should be releasing the booster dose of the vaccine now, because it has to be done. It has to be done on frequent intervals because the pandemic is ongoing. It's not ended anyway.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Harshvardhan Puri, Dr. Rajiv Sood and Dr. Manoj Kumar for joining us on The Burning Question here on the Republic TV. This is something that we are going to track very closely, and as all our experts are essentially pointing out, that it is time that rather than being alarmist, it is important that we follow all protocols that should be brought in place.
छक्का नहीं, टूटा। आपके टाइल्स को चाहिए MY के लेटिक्री टाइल एडेसिव। फॉर्मूला ऐसा कि अब टाइल न टूटेगा न छूटेगा।
Volkswagen Tiguan, India's safest SUVW. Volkswagen.
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया, पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो। एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए?
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा करके रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? रिया, अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
Amid COVID surge in China and US, India in alert mode reviews COVID preparedness. Concerns over the variant driving China surge BF.7. India increases genome sequencing. 4 cases detected so far, all cured. Top health ministry sources suggest government all set to issue fresh guidelines for travellers from China.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again and again and again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time and say, I'm not done.
देखें कौन नया खिलाड़ी आया है।
समझा देते हैं।
प्यार से समझाएंगे।
ये तो अपनी जुबान है।
जुबान एक हो तो दिल भी एक होने चाहिए। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pooja, you left the job and still so cool?
Bro, new challenges bring new opportunities.
Oh, really?
Seriously, Rahul, my entire house, now it's an online retail store. Look.
Wow. But money?
Few years back, I'd invested my Diwali bonus.
And now you have LIC's ULIP plan Nivesh Plus. Invest once, get the benefit of both life insurance and maximized returns based on market trends.
One sec, Rahul.
Madam, you are double cool.
Magnificent picture, magnificent sound, magnificent experience. Magnifique. High performance TVs by iWork Japan. Now in India.
झाके रे झाके झरोके से झाके देख के दंग है छोटे बड़े सारे झाके रे झाके फ्यूचर को ये ताके तरक्की को टुक टुक हर कोई ताके झाके रे झाके
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
Hey Rahul, what's up?
Hey, kicked about our first date?
Of course.
Benefits up to rupees 30,000 only at the Citroën C3 Carnival. Book today.
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amrit Kaal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
टाइम पे खा लेना और कल सुबह अपॉइंटमेंट है, भूलना मत।
अरे 2 दिन के लिए तो जा रहे हो।
हाँ, लेकिन ख्याल तो पूरी जिंदगी रखूंगा ना।
HDFC Life Annuity Plans के Joint Life Feature के साथ रखिए अपनों का ख्याल हमेशा। HDFC Life, सर उठा के जियो।
Union Health Minister hits back at Congress, outraging over COVID norms, warning, says my duty as Health Minister to warn. Home Minister Amit Shah's stern warning on NGOs funding for conversions in Parliament, says strict action will be taken. Union Law Minister hits back at Sodia's allegations on judiciary, says no conflict between government and judiciary.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
सोच रहा हूँ कमेंट्री ट्राई करूँ। मैच का आखिरी बॉल, तेज तूफानी डिलीवरी, एक धमाकेदार शॉट और ये गया छक्का।
छक्का नहीं, टूटा। आपके टाइल्स को चाहिए MY के लेटिक्रीट टाइल एडेसिव। फॉर्मूला ऐसा कि अब टाइल न टूटेगा न छूटेगा।
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time. And say, I'm not done.
Hey boss.
Rahul, how come you're here?
Boss, शाहरुख ने बताया.
Wait up. Booking a car service.
Booking a service from here.
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं. There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
झाके रे झाके झरोके से झाके देख के दंग है छोटे बड़े सारे झाके रे झाके फ्यूचर को ये ताके तरक्की को टुक टुक हर कोई ताके झाके रे झाके
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
বাহ, বাইরে সিকিউরিটি আর নিজের বাড়িতে এইসব।
दादा बचा लिया आपने.
बेफिक्र कोलकाता जाओ, इंटरव्यू अच्छा ही होगा।
हर बंद राह ओपन हो सकती है. लगता है सिर्फ दिल. एक्सिस बैंक, दिल से ओपन.
Volkswagen Tygoon, India's safest SUVW.
Volkswagen. With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
जैन 2022 से अब तक रोहन 6 बार डंप हुआ है. हर गर्लफ्रेंड को एक्स के नाम से जो बुलाया. बट रोहन वो तो लहरा रहा है क्योंकि जियो मार्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में शॉपिंग पर मिलेगा अप टू 80% ऑफ. तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी.
आइए नए उत्तर प्रदेश की क्षमता और असीमित अवसरों से सफलता की नई कहानी लिखें. यूपी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स समिट 10 से 12 फरवरी 2023. नए भारत के ग्रोथ इंजन उत्तर प्रदेश में निवेश करें.
देखें कौन नया खिलाड़ी आया है. समझा देते हैं. प्यार से समझाएंगे. ये तो अपनी जुबान है.
जुबान एक हो तो दिल भी एक होने चाहिए. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
Hey Rahul, what's up?
Hey, kicked about our first date?
Of course.
Benefits up to rupees 30,000 only at the Citroën C3 Carnival. Book today.
US State Department has slammed the Taliban after the Afghan government banned women from private and public universities in Afghanistan. Local TDP leader Ibrahim was brutally murdered in Narsalaropet, Palnadu district. The gangster turned terrorist Harry Chatta travelled through a fake passport. Now an FIR has been registered.
Is Congress back to 2020 negativism? Health Ministry raises alarm on Bharat Jodo Yatra. Why make COVID directives a political issue? Ornav debates at 9 p.m.
Congress party is protesting outside the parliament in front of Gandhi statue.
The AIADMK party has called in for a statewide protest today against the DMK government.
BSF troops shot down a park drone in Punjab's Gurdaspur district after the BSF troops fired 37 rounds.
Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Century Ply. And MYK Laticrete Tile Adhesives.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. The dangerous Chinese variant of COVID BF.7 has reached India. Cases have been reported, and there is great concern about super spreader events like the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and appeals are being made, well publicized appeals to the Vadra Congress to think about national health, and unless very strict protocol is put in place, suspend this political walkathon at least for a while. But the Vadra Congress says nothing doing, we will not listen. Which is supremely ironical because during the Kumbh, a few cases of COVID earlier were reported. And when that happened, the pictures of the Kumbh and the articles about it were put out everywhere, and the entire secularity went into complete overdrive and said, look here, these devout Hindus at the Kumbh Mela are spreading COVID. They are part of a COVID super spreader event. Stop them, they said. And now when there is serious concern, and I mean really serious concern, you may have heard about the Congress Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh getting a COVID positive report just a few days back. And he was at the Bharat Jodo Yatra. I mean, there is some real serious concern about this Bharat Jodo walk being a certain COVID super spreader event. And when there are appeals being made to the Vadra Congress, please think about national health, national interest. Then the secularity, the same secularity says that the Vadra Congress is being targeted. Now, this is not logical at all. I know that the COVID numbers are still low, thank God for that. But just look at the madness across the border in China. Just take a look at that. And that Chinese variant, BF.7, is already in India. And we know how hockey stick numbers are reported: 4 today, 10 tomorrow, 20 the next day, the numbers double. So no amount of precaution will be enough. COVID positive cases, sources are telling me, are being sent by hospitals for immediate genome sequencing. Now, why does that happen? So that the authorities know whether that COVID is a BF.7 version or not. And I think the government is being very smart and moving fast. What I don't understand at all is how the Vadra Congress and the Vadra family, which is insisting on reintroducing COVID protocols for you, for all Indian citizens. The Vadra Congress says, let all Indian citizens be put under strict COVID protocols. But they also say now, these protocols should not apply to the Vadra family. How absurd is that? How do you insist that every Indian should follow new and tougher protocols and officially make your members in parliament make that argument strongly, but demand at the same time that the Vadra family walkathon should be totally exempt from such rules? This is crazy. Now, here is where I stand. And I'm sorry if you think I'm being harsh about it, but I believe prevention is better than cure, and there is no amount of precaution that should be considered to be much, and people must cooperate. I know it's the new year around the corner, and many people will cringe at the thought of an argument being made on this program for tougher protocols. But ladies and gentlemen, let us remember our own responsibility, not our next party. I believe the government should push and make the third vaccination mandatory. Number 2, the Bharat Joro super spreader should be suspended, not out of request. They must force its suspension in national interest. We cannot risk it. The Vadra family should be made to cooperate. Thirdly, the alternate vaccines that have gone through enough regulatory approvals should be immediately made available in the market. And finally, tough measures should be brought in immediately and not left to individual state governments or union territories to decide at their free will, to introduce mandatory precautions in public places. So my view is, viewers, it's getting serious. We still can stop things. We can stop the entry of BF.7. I say politics chodo. Let's stop the entry of BF.7 or any new variant before the new year starts. Let's cooperate, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need the Prime Minister to tell the whole country what people need to do. We should start doing it on our own. Why politicize the protocol? Debate number 1. Debate number 2 this evening. Union Minister Amit Shah sets the record straight on foreign funding aimed at changing India's demography. Debate number 2 tonight, viewers. And debate number 3, the world's biggest COVID failure, China. What's it hiding? China versus others debate at 10:30 p.m. And here are the headlines this Wednesday evening on the Debate Tonight. India goes back to COVID mode as fears over the BF.7 Chinese variant grow. Government reviews preparedness, pushes for genome sequencing. As pictures of China COVID chaos go absolutely viral, India's health ministry sources confirm guidelines for travelers coming from China are being introduced soon. Massive fireworks over the super spreader possibility of Bharat Joro as the government raises official concerns that the yatra is likely to be a COVID super spreader.
भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में गए हुए कई लोगों को कोविड पॉजिटिव पाया गया है। इसको देखते हुए मैंने इंचार्ज कन्वीनर राहुल जी को एक पत्र लिखा।
Since many COVID positive cases have been found during the Bharat Joro walkathon, the health minister says that this particular event should be suspended for the time being. China's vaccine is a global failure. No testing, no real numbers. Complete chaos, and China is hiding the truth again tonight.
विदेश से आए हुए धन के स्रोत राज्य की निगरानी में नहीं हो, ऐसा नहीं चलेगा। ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, देश के अंदर एक कानी पाई भी हम नहीं आने देंगे।
And Amit Shah hits out at the conversion lobby as he takes on NGOs using foreign funding for religious conversions. Ladies and gentlemen, Japan is seeing 1 million cases. The US has surpassed the 100 million mark. China is in complete chaos. There is a deadly COVID explosion in China. Things are bad, viewers. And there is a crucial window for us now when we must play our part, when we must as a country strengthen our defenses, ensure India is ready. But despite all the requests, despite the government raising alarm over the violation of norms in the Bharat Joro Yatra, the Vadra family and company say these norms don't apply to us. They say we will not follow. In fact, their response is all out politics. How irresponsible is that? This is the kind of politics that risks our lives. India has witnessed the worst at the peak of the pandemics, and I don't understand how this one family can continue to politicize the COVID norms. Let's debate.
Overloaded hospitals, staggering death toll. China is in the middle of a COVID explosion. And India is on alert. High-level meetings are taking place.
With a weekly average of 1,200 against 3.5 million globally,
India seems to be in control of the situation. But with a wave raging in China and 5 cases of that variant getting reported in our country as well, this is no time for complacency. And that's why COVID-appropriate behavior has to be back. The government has scrambled with meetings and instructions. Airports are going to see random checks for international arrivals, and the treatment, test and track protocol is also set to come back, and rightly so.
Hospitals and medical bodies are on alert.
In the presence of Minister of State, Madam, high-level official meeting करी है, जिसमें different departments के senior officials आए, उन्होंने पूरी इस मीटिंग में पूरी समीक्षा की गई और ग्लोबल सिचुएशन को, कुछ देशों में जो कोविड-19 के केसेस बढ़ रहे हैं, उसका जायजा लिया गया.
The Health Ministry has duly sent Rahul Gandhi a letter to abide by COVID protocol or suspend the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
3 MP ने मुझे पत्र लिखा कि राजस्थान में भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में गए हुए कई लोगों को कोविड पॉजिटिव पाया गया है. इसको देखते हुए मैंने इंचार्ज कन्वीनर राहुल जी को एक पत्र लिखा.
Watch how there is no social distancing, no masks and a looming COVID threat. But the Vadra Congress doesn't seem to give a damn.
बीजेपी पार्टी को ये कहना चाहता हूँ, गुजरात में जब चुनाव हुई थी, मोदी जी घर घर गए थे, क्या मास्क लगा के, क्या लोगों को सारे प्रोटोकॉल मानते हुए गए थे?
सवाल ये खड़ा होता है, क्या एक परिवार सब प्रोटोकॉल से ऊपर है? आखिर क्या कारण है कि आज भी एक पार्टी, एक राजनीतिक दल एक परिवार तक अपने आप को सीमित रखता है और उसके लिए सारे प्रोटोकॉल तोड़ने के लिए भी तैयार होता है?
It has resorted to pure doublespeak.
चीन में जिस तरह के चलचित्र बाहर आ रहे हैं, वो ये दर्शाते हैं कि वहाँ पे अस्पतालों में जो उनकी मॉर्चरीज है और जो हेल्थ सिस्टम है वो कम्प्लीटली दबाव में है, ओवरवेल्म हो गया है. और इस परिस्थिति में मैंने ये मांग की है कि सबसे पहले हमको चीन से जो हवाई जहाज आ रहे हैं या चीन जा रहे हैं, उनके ऊपर रोक लगानी चाहिए.
The Congress has shifted gears back to the negativism of 2020. It didn't help the nation then.
मुंबई के रेलवे स्टेशन पर खड़े रह करके मुंबई छोड़कर जाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए मुंबई में श्रमिकों को टिकट दिया गया, लोगों को प्रेरित किया गया कि जाओ, तुम उत्तर प्रदेश के हो, तुम बिहार के हो, जाओ वहां कोरोना फैलाओ. आपने ये बहुत बड़ा पाप किया.
And it is only endangering the nation now. Let's debate.
Now let me tell you why it's crazy. It's crazy because till this morning the Congress party said, please put in some very tough COVID protocols. We don't want a situation like China and India. The government said, yes, we are considering it. Let's start with the Bharat Jodo Yatra because there are many cases of COVID positivity found, including the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, who returned from the Bharat Jodo Yatra, tested himself, was found to be COVID positive. Now, the Congress says no, Surendra Chauhan. The Congress now says, Gaurav Bhatia, no. You introduce COVID protocols for the rest of the people in the country, not on us. What is this? Surendra Chauhan, what is this? Renu Mittal, what is this? It makes no sense to me. Makes no sense to me, Mr. Chauhan.
A whole lot of COVID. Arnab Goswami.
Yes.
NDMA or DDMA, Delhi Disaster Management or National Disaster Management, has issued any fresh guideline so far? The answer is no. The Health Minister, acting on a letter of a Member of Parliament from Rajasthan, has given an advice to follow the COVID protocol. Entire nation is fully vaccinated. People walking along with Rahul Gandhi ji is also fully vaccinated. What is the fear? And still, if any of the government guidelines comes in force, so far they are not in force. So the Congress, not only Congress, people of India and people accompanying Rahul Gandhi will follow that guidelines in its spirit. What is the problem? You people are having...
Gaurav Bhatia, okay, thank you. Let's keep the opening remarks short. Gaurav Bhatia.
Yes. Arnab, first of all, a letter from the health minister which requests Rahul Gandhi to ensure what? That people who are participating in the yatra are wearing masks, there is adequate sanitizer there, they are fully vaccinated. And the organizers should follow the precautions that are important to save a citizen's life. Can a responsible political party have an opposition to such a request made by the health minister? And if they are having an issue with it, then they need to answer the following questions. Question number one, what should be the priority for any government or political party? Citizen's life or a political yatra? My question number one. Question number two, are Gandhis above law? The reason is very simple. Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu, he has contracted COVID. Now, he was in touch and contact with Rahul Gandhi. Has Rahul Gandhi even informed the supporters who are participating in the yatra about the report whether he is COVID positive or negative? Because that way, he is infecting more and more people, say if he is positive. So that is irresponsible behavior. And third and most important, please, when a letter comes from the health minister and it only requests that ensure compliance, I think health being a state subject under the Constitution of India, Ashok Gehlot as the chief minister, who was also written a letter, should be the one to ensure compliance. But would he be a remote control chief minister, or would he abide by the oath that he has taken under the Constitution to protect and preserve the ethos in the Constitution? And I doubt he'll be able to do that.
So the question is about double speak and hypocrisy, Renu. And it's a very serious matter because, you know, the Congress party says, please suspend all the flights from China and reintroduce all the COVID-19 protocols and understand that this is a new lethal variant, and learn from US, Japan and South Korea and reintroduce COVID-19 protocols. And this has been put out by the Congress party leaders. Now, the moment the government says that yes, we agree with you, but could you please?
May I say?
No, 1 minute. How do the COVID protocols not apply?
I've understood what you're saying.
No, you've not understood. How do the COVID protocols not apply to Bharat Jodo but apply to the Kumbh Mela? I want to understand this. Is there some logic whereby COVID is dangerous in the Kumbh but not dangerous in the Bharat Jodo Yatra? There is no social distancing. There are no masks. There is not a single mask being worn at the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which means you're basically saying we give a damn to the people of this country. We give a damn to national health.
No.
This give a damn approach.
Nobody has said
this is a give a damn approach. I don't care about the fallout of what I do approach.
You have to stop talking once in a while and also listen. Arnab, please listen. You see, when I listen to Mr. Bhatia, it appears to me that the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which I didn't think it was such a success, but listening to him, it appears that it's a big success because there appears to be a huge amount of panic going on, you know. The fact also is that there were rallies in Gujarat and other places during the elections. There was no COVID then. But now there is suddenly COVID. And I say that all precautions should be taken. Why not? But what about Parliament? Where the Prime Minister of the country is there, the top brass of the nation is there, the MPs and ministers are there. You've got these thousands and thousands of workers. And today I was in Parliament. Not a single one is wearing a mask. Why don't you start with Parliament? Bharat Jodo Yatra to बहुत दूर है. वो तो जो होगा उनका वो होगा. Rahul Gandhi will get COVID, not get COVID, doesn't matter. But the fact remains that, you know, there are double standards. If you have to stop flights from China, stop it. Let's take all precautions. We have got 3 vaccinations done. China, I believe, is only 38% of the population.
No, 1 minute. Renu, a point here. Renu, don't be a hypocrite on this. I'm sorry, but don't, I request you, at least on national television, not on my program, not at 9:22 p.m. on this Tuesday evening, don't be a hypocrite. I feel so sorry when you...
Please listen to me.
No, see, there are 2 things, Renu. If you want to be a hypocrite unknowingly, I don't have a problem. But if you want to knowingly be a hypocrite, then I'll have to stop you.
Passes invalid.
No, you're being a knowingly you're being a hypocrite.
Only 3 days you will get a pass. Rajya Sabha,
2 versus 2. Can I have more on the screen?
But
Thank you.
What are we talking about?
Renu, 1 minute.
We are talking about double standards.
Renu.
You are talking about double standards. The BJP spokesman is talking about double standards.
Yes.
The fact is that if you have to put protocols in place, please put them.
No. 1 sec. One minute. Okay, so Renu, can you stop? Renu, can you stop? I'll tell you. Renu, just stop for a minute. I'll tell you.
Please listen to me.
You see, no, I have listened to you, but you stop now. I just want to tell you why you are a hypocrite, and it'll just take me 10 seconds to prove it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
No, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm sorry, I'm not a hypocrite.
Yeah, you don't think you're a hypocrite, but I think you are, but I'll have to prove it, why I think so. I think you're a hypocrite.
You may have your view, Arnab, you may have your view.
No, I have my view on everything, but on this I have a particular view. Yeah, so I say this. You don't think you're a hypocrite, but I think you're a hypocrite because please don't speak. Renu, it's bad form, you know.
Where the session is on.
Yeah, for that reason, since you talk about sessions and you're forcing me to raise my voice, since you talk about sessions, then also tell us that the Congress party cancelled the entire first Himachal Assembly session because they said our Chief Minister Sukhu has got COVID. Our Chief Minister Sukhu has got COVID. Cancel the whole Himachal Assembly session, they said. Cancel the whole Assembly session. Just cancel it, they said. Just cancel it. But when the Bharat Jodo should be allowed to carry on.
And Arnab, he meets Rahul Gandhi.
No.
And Rahul Gandhi, rather than getting
I have Pratik Som on the other side. Pratik.
Arnab, the same gentleman, Mr. Sukhu, when he met Rahul Gandhi, after that he got tested positive. Rahul Gandhi acting so irresponsibly that he should have isolated himself as per the protocol. He goes on a yatra and meet thousands of people. Now, this is the clear trait of an irresponsible politician and a leader who doesn't care about his followers getting ill and, you know, the threat to our country that what is happening in China can happen in India too. Now, when they talk about Gujarat elections, when they talk about parliament, they don't have clear knowledge. When Gujarat elections were happening, that time this variant did not emerge in these all countries, and now when the session is in place, there is a clear protocol when member of parliaments are required to be checked before entering in this session. They need to be tested negative on that aspect, and all the member of parliaments need to be vaccinated. So these are the protocols which a responsible government is following, and thereby minimizing the risk. But, you know, these kind of signs which Mr. Rahul Gandhi is showing that he is meeting a COVID positive person and then rather than getting isolated, going...
The point is simple. No, one sec. You didn't pick up on what I said, Pratik. You didn't... Renu, 1 minute. Renu, I'm coming to Monojit also. No. Renu, why are you doing this?
Many of you, I realize it appears to have panicked the BJP no end. It certainly looks like it.
Yeah,
because suddenly there is a huge amount of talk about the yatra from the BJP side.
No. There is 1 minute. A point being, Renu, 1 minute. Renu, 1 minute. The panic is about COVID. Don't flatter yourself. The panic is about COVID, and there is genuine panic about COVID. There is genuine panic over what's happening in China. Have you seen the pictures of what's happened in China? Have you seen the pictures of what's happened in China? Have you seen the pictures? What do you see? What do you see? Can I run some of those? What do you see? What do you see?
Tell him to stop the flights from
No,
China.
but no, don't pass the buck on the. Have you seen what happened in China? Are you seeing the crisis in China? Are you seeing the body bags there? Are you seeing the consequence of the BF.7 variant? Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, I don't think those are appropriate pictures. I'll put them later. It's not explanatory. Thank you very much. Going back to the debate. Renu, 1 minute. Please don't. Please. See, the fact is that either we are saying today.
Why are you getting panic because of one yatra?
Why are you flattering yourself about the yatra? It's about BF.7. How many BF.7 cases are there in India?
Are on the street. They have no food to
But
eat.
Renu, how many BF.7 cases are there in India? You're basically having this approach. We don't give a damn approach.
4 cases. How many cases?
How many cases? How many cases? You tell me. How many cases are there?
You are taking.
How many
the wrong
cases
side
are
of
there?
the
Okay,
aisle.
I'm asking you. Don't speak non-stop. How many cases are there, Renu?
You have.
How many cases of BF.7 are there, Renu? How many this Omicron subvariant BF.7? This Omicron subvariant BF.7, Renu, this Omicron. The Omicron subvariant BF.7 have cases been reported in India?
It doesn't matter. It's a huge country. Control them.
Oh,
Isolate
wow.
them. Stop the
That's
flights.
wonderful. I get Amit Bagadia on the right, along with Gaurav Bhatia and Monojit comes in. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I can't believe
See
this.
the casual approach. Arnab, can you believe the casual approach of the fellow panelists that it doesn't matter? They don't give a damn. They don't care that thousands of people may die. What happened in the last wave? And they say that it doesn't matter. This shows about the seriousness which they have and the love for the country they have.
You had no oxygen. You had no hospitals. You had no doctors. What was the government
Well, will you do your bit? Will you do your bit?
Every day.
But will you do your bit?
And you say it's a casual approach.
But 1 minute. Renu, can you just stop talking for a while and listen to a very fundamental point? You are the same person, for your information. You are the same person who went helter-skelter and completely out of control, saying, look here, the radical Hindus, the devout Hindus are the biggest super spreaders during the Kumbh. Stop the Kumbh. And now you have this really tolerant approach.
No.
Oh, of course you did. What do you mean, no?
That was wrong.
Amit Bagari, you hearing this? Monojit Mandal.
That was a different
Monojit
time.
Mandal, I believe everyone's got to do our bit.
Very simple point. What are the experts saying? Point number 1. Are they pressing the panic button at this point in time? Point number 2, the kind of analogy that the experts, I mean, Mr. Bhatia and some of the BJP apologists are giving, that because of this particular event, because of this, Bharat Jodo Jatra, the COVID is spreading by the same logic when COVID was actually scary. During the 2021 Bengal elections, what was the BJP doing? The Prime Minister, Home Minister, the whole baggage of the, cabinet coming to Bengal and conducting those super spreading events. On the contrary, when All India Trinamool Congress requested to the Election Commission to somehow mark the phases of elections, they did not listen to us. During the most brutal phase of the COVID-19.
And really, did the Trinamool Congress call off its... No, I'm just checking Monojit. One counter question to you. Did the Trinamool Congress call off its rallies at that time that you're preaching to others? Did you?
Yes, we did. We had written appeal to the Election Commission. Please mark
No, you wrote an appeal. You did nothing. You didn't cancel your events.
Oh, no. You wanted to election Uber by crook. But you could not. That's besides the point.
But why don't you keep your politics aside and say public health first? You know the BF.7 variant is dangerous. You know it can spread fast. Monojit, have you seen the pictures from China, viewers?
You have politicized the whole issue of COVID or the scare that you are spreading without listening to the experts. But the experts are saying that COVID has subsided.
Allow me now to counter, please.
India has seen the worst of the pandemic. You are spreading scare without listening to the expert.
No, absolutely not. I think all I want to say is, all I'm saying here is, I just 1 minute, please. You know, may I just say this? Manojit, the audio is terrible. Can I ask the producers to fix your audio, please, first?
Arnav, allow me now.
No, one sec. I can't hear his audio. Audio's got to be fixed, please,
I have
producers.
something in my
1 minute. I've got to fix the audio. I can't hear a thing.
Bengal government at that point of time.
You got to fix
You
the audio.
hounded my chief minister. How you sent experts team to Bengal when you did not have any cases? Now you send teams to Rahul Gandhi Jatra. What is the problem?
Manojit,
There's no issue at all.
Manojit, 1 minute. Manojit. Now, for a while, just listen to me, and Amit is coming in here. Let me tell you, you were the ones who made doomsday predictions on gatherings during the previous COVID waves. You said about how the government had unleashed the pandemic. You said Modi was behind the pandemic, and the government is to blame for the suffering inflicted on the people because of such gatherings. And please don't stop me now. Please don't. No. Please don't stop me now because I haven't completed my sentence. But today, you don't seem to think that the same peril applies to the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Rahul Gandhi is the same fellow who was mocking the Prime Minister in 2021, saying that the gathering in West Bengal all gave COVID space to flourish. But he doesn't even have the moral compunction to wear a mask at a Haryana rally when the government has advised it. So he's saying the rule does not apply to me. And I've got Amit Bagaria out here. Sonia Gandhi, Amit, you will remember, was attacking the centre saying, and I quote, mass gatherings for elections have accelerated COVID. This is what Sonia Gandhi said in 2021. But she takes no firm position on the dangers of Bharat Jodo when states have been asked to track daily COVID cases in the backdrop of what is happening in China. So the situation is really serious. These are the same people, Amit, who had no qualms in 2021 saying the devout Hindus at the Kumbh are responsible for the biggest super spreader event of COVID in the world. Did they not say that? And now they're taking complete opposite position. I don't get it.
So,
Amit, on the debate.
Yeah. So, Arnab, while I completely agree with you that we should initiate steps to probably give a second booster dose, which is the third dose of the vaccine, and also those who have not taken the first booster, they should be given. Right now, as my understanding goes, we are not in a panic mode for BF.7. We have other variants in the country. We have the Raga variant and the Didi variant and the other variant that we should be more concerned about. But
Monojit on the right.
You know, I think the Congress.
Amit, you're getting a counter from the Trinamool Congress. You're getting a counter. You're getting a counter from the Trinamool Congress on what you said there. Go on. I allow the counter. Amit, wait a minute. Amit, allow the counter and come back to you on that. What you said. He's responding to you for a minute, please. Thank you. What are you saying?
What is he saying? Please ask him to repeat. Raga variant, Didi variant. What does he mean by that? Ask this person to repeat.
Yeah, of course, I will repeat. So I said, we are not yet in a panic mode with the BF.7 variant because India still does not have cases, BF.7 cases, which should put us in a panic mode. Okay. However, India should panic on the Raga variant and the Didi variant because you are trying to cause panic in citizens. The game that you all are all playing right now is a very dangerous game, Arnab, that if today government starts clamping down on, flights and things like that and gatherings, etc., it's going to again destroy our economy.
Respond to this person.
And once it destroys our economy, again they will say, look, BJP doesn't know how to handle the economy. When the economy has just started recovering now from the first two waves, they want to do this. If the government does not respond and does not put clamp down features, then they are going to say Modi sat and did nothing and allowed a third wave or fourth wave or whichever wave this is to spread. So they are playing on they are playing with fire.
Okay, Amit, I want a response on this. First of all, Monojit wants to respond. And since you did make a fairly personal attack on his leader, he has a right to respond. Sridhar has not come into the debate yet. And then I'm expanding the debate. And I'm sorry I haven't gone to Swati Maheshwari yet. But Monojit, you have a right to respond. But while I give you the right to respond, I need you to understand that your response should not consume the rest of the show. Make your point, then we move on to the main subject. Yes, please.
No, apparently this person is a writer. I wonder what Ravi C. bulge out when he talks in that kind of a language. I refuse to dignify the statement that is made by a writer, apparently a writer. I repeat, I would be curious enough to know what does this writer bulge out. He should not be on national TV while he directly attacks the only woman chief minister of this country as Didi variant. We will not say Modi variant. because you are the viruses in this country, a writer like you, and yet we respect that you have right to write whatever rights you wish. I am not saying that you are also a variant. Please keep that in mind.
All right.
You
all right.
are the people who are the most dangerous virus in this
now
country.
you made your point. Now you made your point. Right. Now you made your point. And with everyone's permission, I am talking here about responsibility and Revola Sridhar Reddy, the Vadra Congress has for days been telling the government to talk about China, discuss China in Parliament. No, we want to discuss China. We don't want to discuss anything. We want to discuss China. The Home Minister, the Defense Minister have spoken about the situation on the border, but they say, no, we want to talk about China. Why don't they talk about the wave of infections which is caused by the very fast transmitting strain of BF.7 that is coming from China? Why don't they talk about that? There are horrific videos, and you need to tell the people today to rise above politics. Have you seen the horrific videos from China about bodies piling up in hospitals, crematoriums, medical personnel being asked to work long hours? There's a 3,000 kilometer border we have with China, and China is now reporting 2,800 cases on average. They've recorded COVID fatalities. The BF.7 variant is dangerous. Projections are estimating 60% of people in China will be infected over the coming few months. China, we have so much travel, exports. We have so many people moving in and out from China. And if the government is saying, let's be extra careful, why call it politics, Mr. Reddy?
No, we don't have to politicize this issue. As you said, no one wants, no state, no political party, no individual wants to see the kind of experiences we had in the past because of Corona. And if government is serious, the central government is serious, let them, implement the code, whatever COVID protocol very seriously, irrespective of the political parties. Because, as you said, New Year celebrations are around the corner, and you have Christmas meetings, lot many things are coming up. It is not the question of which political party doing a Padayatra or Bharat Jodo. It is not actually the concern of the public as responsible political parties. Now, I can say, if the central government is serious, let them come out to implement the protocol. Let us not unnecessarily get into a debate where who is spreading what.
No, who's starting the debate?
Amit Shah ji, Modi ji conducting
who's starting
huge
the
meetings
debate?
in Bengal.
Who's starting
Even
the
in the
debate?
last month, there were huge rallies in Gujarat. And you are asking about the number of cases. There are reportedly 3 cases which were detected of BF.7 variant.
4 cases.
Reportedly were detected.
4 cases, and the
2 from
genome
Gujarat.
sequencing on many cases still going on.
Yeah. So thing is that we have to take precautions.
No, will you take
everywhere.
responsibility
Let's get
if...
into
No, 1 minute. I just be very clear about it. Point is that what do parties like the Vadra Congress want? If they've said today we will not cooperate with the government, what does it mean? What does it mean? We will not cooperate with the government. If they say, then it means that they are back to the 2020 negativity strategy as a strategy. And I've got Dr. Swati Maheshwari. How serious is the situation? You see, people are saying there are 4 BF.7 cases right now. It's not serious. How soon does it move? How soon can the numbers grow? Just want your take on it. Is the government overreacting?
Definitely not, Arnav. And I think it's a very, very infective virus that we are dealing with. But first of all, I would say I'm feeling very sad right now because I heard one of the panelists saying that in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, most of the people are vaccinated and therefore we needn't worry. I think since last 2 years, the entire medical fraternity has been shouting on top of their lungs that even if you have taken 2 jabs of coronavirus vaccine, you're still not insulated. We still need to stop the super spreader events. We still need to follow the COVID appropriate behavior. And as a citizen of India, I feel very reassured today that the health ministry had taken cognizance of the situation and they are trying to take proactive steps so that we can control the infection, because what we are dealing with is a super evader. We are dealing with a virus which is very adept at throwing up unfortunate surprises at us. Just 2 months back, Tedros, WHO chief, said that I can see the COVID end in sight. Now, and what are we looking at today is just 2 months down the line and a COVID crisis in China. So we really can't predict how this virus is going to behave. I think it sounds very, very reasonable and appropriate that the government is taking these steps, proactive steps, so that we can stop. See, what you said in the beginning was very, very appropriate, that precaution is better than cure. There's no point crying on spilled milk. So it's better that we take the steps now, control these super spreader events so that we don't see the same scenario again as we saw in Delta.
Situation now, Swati, we have a situation now, right, we have a situation where you have a principal opposition party which is saying, Gaurav, to hell with you. We're not listening to you. They're basically saying, to hell with you. And that's the message that you're getting. Problem is also with the government, you know, you will not implement as strongly as you would on citizens as you need to on a political party. You know, I tell you one thing, Gaurav, let me be a little, critical of you here. When Shaheen Bagh happened, you ask any ordinary citizens today, if Amit Bagadia were to sit on the road with Swati Maheshwari and say, I will not let people cross the road, I will block the road for weeks and months, you would send your police and remove them in a day. But if politicians do it, you sort of compromise with them and give them a long rope. Why are you giving them a long rope? Here, why are you pleading with them?
So, Arnab,
why are you giving them so much leeway?
Arnab,
Please tell us the
all,
reality,
since
please,
you
Gaurav.
asked me let me answer. I will. And that is why I'll first talk about the government, how ably it's being led by Shri Narendra Modi ji. Today, do you know why a yatra, Bharat Jodo Yatra or any other yatra? I am, Arnab. Please bear with me. Be patient enough. It's possible to have a yatra today because 220 crore security shields in terms of vaccines have been given to the citizens of India. It's possible because a man called Narendra Modi ji, who was mocked at, who was called Movid by Rahul Gandhi, worked tirelessly day and night with millions of doctors, nurses and frontline workers to ensure that citizens get what they deserve. But today the question is that if proactively acting, the health minister writes a letter where he makes a request, should a chief minister who is duty bound under the constitutional oath that he has taken not summon Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party to ensure that the guidelines are implemented? Oh, yeah. Second, look at the hypocrisy. That today we are talking about suspension of the yatra as suggested in the letter. If they can't ensure compliance of the guidelines, they are saying no. But same Rahul Gandhi will suspend the yatra when he has to celebrate New Year's and Christmas. And when he goes abroad.
No, 1 minute. What do you mean?
This is the hypocrisy.
No, one second. Just, no, stop right there. No, stop right there. 1 minute. I'll stop you right there. Gaurav, 1 minute. Gaurav, 1 minute. Let's have some discipline. I stop you right there. Oh, that's a point I think I feel like opening the phone lines on. Very interesting point, Amit. Gaurav says, and Renu, watch out. He says, you're so selfish. You're going to go on a foreign party. He claims he has information that Rahul's taking a private jet and flying out of the country again, and he's going off on a foreign jaunt.
Media is talking about it.
I mean, media is talking. I don't know. First of all, I don't think some people are saying he's become a serious politician, so I'm sure that you're wrong, Gaurav. He's not going to go on a foreign jaunt, and he's not going to go off to Italy or Thailand or Bali or the Netherlands or wherever he's going. No, but if this is true, then Gaurav,
Hakka noodles.
No, whatever. Point is, if it turns out that he says, Amit, I've got a holiday to go to, so I've got to go off to Greenland, I've got to go to the US, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Las Vegas, wherever, and go off and have a fun time, and for that I'm willing, for my fun and for my good times, I'm willing to give the yatra a break. But I will not give the yatra a break out of concern for the health of fellow Indians. I will let it spread as long as it does not affect me personally. How selfish is that, Amit? What would you say? Even Renu Mittal won't find a defense to that one.
Yeah, of course, that would be a very selfish move. But Arnab, I want to just make one small point. I'll take less than 30 seconds. See, if you remember 3 weeks back, we were discussing about the public protests that were happening in China.
Yeah.
Because of the curbs that the Chinese government had put on their population, right? The unfortunate thing, and I'm saying it very clear that I don't support it, and it's very unfortunate. But the reality is that the mood in the general public today is that people are fed up of curbs, and people don't want curbs. People don't want to wear masks. They don't want to.
Are you saying that despite the pictures from China, have people not seen the pictures from China?
Yes, Arnab, I was on a recent flight where the cabin crew told a passenger to put on the mask, and he actually replied to her saying, "Throw me out of the aircraft, but I won't wear a mask."
No, but do we have that liberty? I mean, there the question comes, you know, I mean, I know that you've raised a point, but we also need to understand these are going to be the same citizens who will blame the government, blame the authorities,
Yes.
even blame the same air
Absolutely.
hostess if there is a super spreader
Absolutely.
on that flight.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
people who are most irresponsible are the first to put the blame. Now, Renu, you went totally silent on the holiday over health situation because Gaurav Bhatia says Rahul's going off on a foreign jaunt soon, which means his holiday is important, people's health is not important. This is so selfish, which also means he's saying I will close down the Himachal Assembly because my MLAs and the politicians must not get COVID, but I give a damn for the people of this country. I give a damn about the people of this country, but I do care a lot about my fellow politicians in the Himachal Assembly.
I think you're giving, what do you...
No, respond to Gaurav.
You're contradicting yourself.
No, respond to
You
Gaurav.
are saying that the yatra must stop.
No, respond to Gaurav. Gaurav says the yatra will take a break for a foreign holiday.
It's a COVID super spreader.
If you can't
So
ensure
he's giving the
compliance,
yatra a
then
break.
yatra should be
There's some of the
suspended.
containers they're saying need to be serviced, whatever. So if he's going abroad after having walked 2,500 kilometers, what's wrong with it? Why are you people so agitated about it? Everybody.
So you can't suspend it for saving a citizen's life, but you can suspend it to have a vacation.
We all go. So where you go is your choice.
He doesn't even understand the point we have made.
What is the point being made?
The question is different, ma'am. Why can't you suspend the yatra to save human lives?
You have a government in Haryana. Why don't
if you can't ensure compliance.
Gaurav Bhatia, you have a government in Haryana. Haryana, you have a government and right now is in Haryana.
Haryana government will do whatever is necessary to ensure that protocols are followed.
No, you stop it. It is your government.
You need to answer what I asked.
No, it is your government.
What are you doing? Are you non-serious or are you serious? No, what are you doing?
Arnab, look at the hypocrisy. I can only say Rahul Gandhi was irresponsible earlier when he said when he said the vaccines are not safe. And the only consistency that I can see is
what
that
I'm trying to say here.
irresponsible.
No, I'm just trying to say, Renu, that I wish, Renu, I wish you realize, and I wish people watching the program realize, and one minute. Gaurav, 1 minute. Gaurav, if I can have them back, please. Renu, Renu, 1 minute. Renu, just a minute.
What is the great protocol on COVID? Let Parliament discuss COVID.
What do you mean great protocol on COVID? You see how quickly the situation worsened in China.
No, why are they not discussing COVID in Parliament? Why are they not discussing China in Parliament?
For God's sake, what is you are defying the health ministry, you are defying the health ministry request, and you're putting the blame on the other side. Gaurav is on the debate. Gaurav.
What, Arnab? Let the health ministry come to Parliament and
Arnab, it's a very simple question to be answered.
What do they want to do?
Ma'am, please, Renuji, don't shout and don't echo. Very simple. If a person comes in contact with somebody who has been COVID positive, is it not his responsibility to quarantine himself? Second, get himself tested and share the report with all the supporters so that they can also maintain distance and get themselves tested.
Mr. Reddy wants to make a point. Mr. Reddy's make a point. Mr. Reddy of the TRS. Mr. Reddy.
Simply,
is he so
are these advices only for opposition parties or Congress? Because even in Telangana, the BJP, were doing padayatras. Day before yesterday, Naddaji has come to a huge meeting, and again they are planning for a padayatra and bus yatra. May I ask you, Mr. Bhatia, are you going to issue a guideline even to your party colleagues?
I'm asking you a question. Is there any BJP leader who has come in contact with a person who has been tested COVID positive? That is my question to you.
Are you going to issue the same advice?
Here my question.
Telangana or Karnataka?
Yes. Regulations are the same for everyone. We are not like the Gandhi Parivar who assume that we are above laws. Bharatiya Janata Party is the most responsible party in the world. I am asking you a question.
Monojit,
in the country, everywhere in the country, you are allowed to hold meetings, but not the other political parties. I mean, is this new normal for you? New political normal for BJP is that they can hold political rallies everywhere. In Assam, in Telangana, in Bengal, in Gujarat, in Madhya Pradesh. But opposition political parties, they have not have any political rallies.
Okay, Swati Maheshwari is making the last point. Swati, one word to you at the end. You heard the politics. What would you say?
The new variant, please.
See, I would say, Arnab, we are dealing with a variant which has a doubling time of not days but hours, and that's what we are seeing in China, that the rate cases are doubling in hours. And it is an opportune time, I think, that we should take these proactive steps, and it is a huge moral responsibility on people as well, considering the experiences that we've had in the past, that it's not just the government that has to do its part, it's people as well, that they need to participate in the entire movement. We have to take coronavirus by its horns, and that is only possible if people cooperate with what the government is trying to do, because we have had side effects.
Well, you know the problem, Swati, is,
you
know, Swati, the problem is we all expect others to follow the rules. You ask anyone to follow the rules, you see how people react. The story that Amit shared is very telling, very, very telling. And viewers, Amit is the author of the book Modi Stole My Mask, and he made that interesting point there. I thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me on this debate. And on the other side, what the Home Minister said. He said, under the Modi government, forcible conversions will not be allowed. He also said that attempts to use FCRA foreign funds to change India's demography will not be tolerated. Now, we must understand, viewers, there is a context in which Amit Shah has made that comment. We'll expand on that context with both sides when we are back.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. Century Ply, Aag se bachaye. MYK Laticrete Tile Adhesives, ab tile na tootega, na chhootega. In association with Star Health Insurance.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
एक दिन मैं सोते सोते गिर गया और मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ। पता है किसने किया? घोस्ट ने। मेरा दोस्त है, वो हर बार मुझे बचा लेता है। घोस्ट को कैसे पता मैं अंधेरे से डरता हूँ? घोस्ट मेरा दोस्त है। मिलोगे?
अरे कोई घोस्ट नहीं, रोनी के पापा ही हैं जो उसे सेफ रखते हैं, जैसे हैवेल्स लाइफ शील्ड वायर्स जो दिखते नहीं पर घर को सेफ रखते हैं, ना आग पकड़े ना जहरीली गैस छोड़े, वायर्स दैट डोंट कैच फायर।
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Get the grip of good health even after 50. Presenting now Star Health Premier Insurance Policy. Always at your doorstep.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए।
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए।
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए।
विदेश से आए हुए धन के स्रोत राज्य की निगरानी में नहीं हो, ऐसा नहीं चलेगा। ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, देश के अंदर एक कानी पाई भी हम नहीं आने देंगे।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए।
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए।
Different ages, different stages. Get best protection with Star Women Care Insurance Policy. Always at your doorstep.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए।
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए।
क्या हुआ चैंपियन?
दिन रात प्रैक्टिस करनी पड़ती है, यहाँ तो रात को स्टेडियम ही बंद हो जाता है।
एक काम करो ना, चेन छोड़ छोड़ के लगाना।
पापा
अब करो दिन रात प्रैक्टिस। चैंपियन।
एक्स्ट्रा सेफ पॉलीकैप ग्रीन वायर, आपके सपनों को रखे सेफ।
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए।
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, आग से बचाए।
US State Department has slammed the Taliban after the Afghan government banned women from private and public universities in Afghanistan. Local TDP leader Ibrahim was brutally murdered in Narsalaropet, Palnadu district.
The gangster-turned-terrorist Harry Chatta travelled through a fake passport. Now an FIR has been registered.
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 10, powered by Century ProWood.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was a very firm, emphatic assertion by the Home Minister of India, Amit Shah, when he said today that those NGOs who want to use foreign funds, the FCRA route, to change the demography of India will be stopped. Artificial and motivated external forces cannot be allowed to change India's demography. This is, by the way, nothing to do with freedom of religion. This is not about the operation of NGOs. This is about using the garb of an NGO to push a forcible conversion agenda. There is nothing secular about this. So what is the problem then that some people have with what Amit Shah said today? Take a look at what he said and then we open the debate.
In the Lok Sabha, the Home Minister made a clear statement of intent.
FCRA का जिक्र करें, इसमें ढेर सारे एनजीओ भी जुड़े हैं, मगर ये एनजीओ ऐसे हैं जो भारत के समाज को स्वस्थ करना चाहते हैं। कुछ एनजीओ ऐसे होते हैं जो भारत के समाज को प्रताड़ित करना चाहते हैं। दोनों के लिए भारत सरकार की नीति एक नहीं हो सकती। एफसीआरए के कानून का जो पालन नहीं करेगा उसके साथ सख्ती की जाएगी, कोई दया का भाव नहीं रखा जाएगा। जो लोग देश के अंदर देश की डेमोग्राफी को बदलना चाहते हैं और इसके लिए एफसीआरए का उपयोग करना चाहते हैं तो वो कानूनन इसकी इजाजत नहीं दी जा सकती। इस पर सख्त कार्रवाई।
Forced conversions by foreign nationals and funding is a reality. We saw it in Lucknow.
4 लोग ब्राजील के थे जो वहाँ के नागरिक थे, उनका पासपोर्ट वीज़ा भी हम लोगों ने देखा और उसमें एक पास्टर या पादरी था। उसमें इन लोगों ने उस गांव में एक धार्मिक कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया था। आरोप है कि इन लोगों ने वहाँ के जो भोले भाले लोग थे उनको लालच या प्रलोभन से प्रभावित करने का प्रयास किया है।
We've reported about it in Assam. The legal position is clear. All members of an NGO seeking an FCRA license must declare no links with religious conversion. NGOs have lost their license for violations. And at a time when conversion is a raging debate across the country.
अब आप सोशल मीडिया पे काफ़ी देख रहे हैं किस प्रकार से बहकाने का आगे वो ऐसे नाच रहे, उनके माथे पे हाथ लगा दिया, वो लेट गए और जिस प्रकार से सारा ड्रामा चल रहा। तो एक आम आदमी, इनोसेंट आदमी, उसको बता दो आप कि ये कर दिया, इसके अंदर भूत था, इसके अंदर ये था वो था, इस तरीके के बहका के उनका धर्म परिवर्तन करा रहे हैं। तो इस चीज़ पे रोक लगनी चाहिए।
What's wrong with the Home Minister's clear assertion? Let's debate.
Mr. T.J. Abraham of the Indian Christian United Forum, I'm sure you agree with what the Home Minister said.
What did the Home Minister say, Mr. Arnab Goswami?
The Home Minister said that you cannot
What did he say?
Okay, since you don't know, I'll tell you, no problem. Savio and
No, it's
Shazia
not
on
that
the
I
left.
don't know. You are changing the version of the Home Minister's statement is being twisted by you. What did he say? Did he mention conversion? Not a single word. I have watched the proceedings live. You have seen the recording. I have seen it live.
Congratulations.
You are twisting. According to your agenda, you want to twist
What
the
is my
statement
agenda?
of the
What do you
Home
mean my
Minister.
agenda? What is my agenda?
I am for the statement that
What do you mean your agenda?
you have
What is
an
my agenda?
If you are making a statement which the Home Minister has not stated in the Parliament today, if he has not spoken like that and you are making a statement, that is your agenda.
What is the agenda?
What did he say? I am for it. I am for it. I am for what he said. If somebody is going to alter the demography of the nation using FCRA, I am opposed to it.
And how would anybody? How would anybody?
How did you?
When you say, just 1 minute, when you see, you must look at the spirit of what has been said. When it is said that foreign funds cannot be used to change the demography of the country and you want to use foreign funds for it, isn't he talking, Shazia, about using foreign funds and using money to try and force conversions in the country? Simple. I am seeing the logic. I know what the Home Minister is talking about. Abraham can't see it. I don't know why.
Why do you
I don't know why Abraham can't see it.
You're not waiting for an answer from
Mr. Abraham, Shazia Elmi is responding to you. Don't pretend to be blind.
Yes, and I want to. So between 2019 and 2021,
okay. I can
the
see
FCRA registration certificates of 1,811 associations have been cancelled under Section 14, which is the FCRA Act 2010. Now, why has this happened? Because if you want to work in India as an NGO for purposes of conversion or not, that we can keep disputing on, you have to register yourself under the FCRA Act. And if you refuse to do that and also not state that as an activity, then clearly you're violating the law. So, and also the fact of the matter is, while some of these NGOs propose to work for the betterment of the poor, of the marginalized, they actually do.
No, be direct, Shazia. Shazia, let me not. You see the no, Shazia. You are searching for words. I'll be very direct. The issue here is this, and I know Savio is dying to come into the debate, so Savio, welcome. You got Abraham, all so angry out here without any reason. You haven't even spoken, and he's already getting angry. Use the word proselytization. The appropriate word that Shazia was looking for is proselytization. Take money from abroad and proselytize out here. That is what the Home Minister is saying. And already there are groups. I am told there is a Jharkhand's Northern Evangelical Lutheran Church, Mumbai's New Life Fellowship Association, Manipur Evangelical Churches Association, others. There are various groups in the country where FCRA licenses have been looked at, some have been suspended, and there is no need to be concerned about it. If your problem is you are using foreign money to use money to change the religion of Indians, why do you need money to change the religion of Indians? If they are Hindu, let them remain Hindu, no. Why do you need money from Germany to make them convert from Hinduism?
Mr. Arnab, Mr. Arnab, last
Mr.
time
Abraham, Mr. Abraham,
people who feel they have been converted with inducement.
Can I get a word?
Give a list. Let them leave. Leave. Take them back.
Mr. Abraham, can I get a word in?
Take them back.
Why was missionaries of charity looked at?
Arnab. Arnab, can I make a point? There's a little bit of history. Into why the FCRA norms got a little stricter. Because when you look at the investigations that were done by the government, there was a whole lot of foreign money coming into India to certain NGOs claiming to be working for the interest of India, but a considerable amount of them were working towards the conversion agenda. Now let's be honest about one thing. Forced conversions is a reality in India. I keep saying it over and over again. I, sitting here, can give you 110 organizations that were working in India, working towards proselytization through force, through allurement, to some sort of inducement. Now that's a reality. So in order for us to save the religious demographies of this country, the religious freedoms of this country, without enforcement or allurement towards conversion, it is necessary to keep a check on these NGOs. I'll give you an example. Most of the funds coming in were coming from Virginia, Texas. Look at all the reports that were there earlier with the intelligence. It was coming from Virginia, Texas. It was coming from Germany, as you mentioned. It was coming from UK. It was coming from the US. This kind of funding only to convert towards a particular religion, whether it was Christianity, whether it was Islam, it is something that is real.
With all that, with all the conversion.
Do you agree to conversion, sir?
This country has got Christians.
Do you agree to conversions, Mr. Abraham? Yes or no?
2.5%.
Do you agree to forceful conversions?
Do you agree to the BJP's narrative of Ghar Wapsi?
Do you, Mr. Abraham, there are so many with Hindu names that do not have a Christian name, and they don't show, they continue to remain. They continue to keep their Hindu names. Do they have the courage to change that? They want the same facilities. They keep the Hindu name. If you've taken a Christian belief, take a Christian name.
Like Robert Anthony Savio, who are not Christians.
Oh.
Who are not Christians. Anthony.
Oh, you don't decide whether I'm a Christian or not, Mr. Abraham. You don't decide.
He's going
God
personal
and
now.
Jesus decides whether I'm a
He's gone
Christian.
personal.
You are no spokesperson for Jesus. You are no spokesperson for Jesus. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You might be an institutional spokesperson. You're not the spokesperson of the faith. And you're not a spokesperson of my faith. I'm sorry. You have no right. You have no right.
You are
not Jesus, and neither you are messenger. You have lost. You have lost. You have lost. You have lost the message of Jesus when you try to forcefully convert. You have lost the message of Jesus when you forcefully try to convert. That's the problem with you people. You don't understand. Jesus never asked you to convert. You think Jesus asked you to convert because you want to make it a business. You want to make it a business. Say it for what it is. Have the courage to say it. Have the courage to say it. An institutionalized business.
What is he saying?
A religious institutionalized business.
I have the guts to say. I have the guts to say. I have the courage to say. Take them back. Do you have the guts to take them back? Take them back.
What do you mean take them back?
I have
how
the courage.
How are you commoditizing
Take
people
them
like
back.
this?
Who back?
One minute. This is so unfortunate. This kind of language, what does it reflect? You're commoditizing human beings, Karan. He says take them back. You're talking about human beings. You're talking about you. No, he's talking about he's talking about human beings. What do you mean take them back?
The message of Jesus.
Who are you talking about?
You don't understand the message of Jesus, Mr. Abraham.
This is a massive racket that has been happening, especially in the tribal areas.
2.5%.
I can talk about so many instances in Lucknow, border areas of Lucknow, Jharkhand. 2 years back in Jharkhand, there was a crackdown. 13 NGOs that were working day and night, luring them or sympathizing with them. You know, they have these actors who are sympathizers. They sympathize with them, give them lurements, promise them a good life, and tell them, you know, all your woes will be vanished if you follow a certain path. And these people, just for the lure or just for those empathetic emotions, they get swayed. And this is something, the larger goal of this is to destabilize our society. You know, NGOs, Arnab, they are a major part of this ecosystem. Either they are stalling development, as that happened in Narmada Bachao, or as that happened in Char Dham Expressway, where they're trying to blockade that entire development, or they want to break this society from within by causing these forced conversions. Now, please let me speak.
Ghar Wapsi failed and you're still
either they stall development or
failed.
Whenever there is a talk of regularization, whether it is of NGOs, whether it is of madrasas, why do you get rattled? You should welcome the norms. You should welcome following and compiling with the norms. What problem do you have? What do you have to hide? All the Home Minister said is that you have to follow the
I
FCRA
am not
norms.
rattled. I welcome the norms.
Why are you so rattled?
I welcome the norms.
So why are you saying it has nothing to do with conversion? How do you
So I think, in fact, one minute, please. I first of all, I request Mr. TJ Abraham to show, Mr. Abraham, some people are not liking the way in which you are speaking and saying in a most inconsiderate and unempathetic way, take them back. I request you to please understand you are talking about human beings. You cannot talk about human beings like they are commodities, like they are proselytization targets. This is very wrong and it's very insensitive.
BJP says that let's, do Ghar Wapsi and all this.
It is your right to speak about human beings.
Arnab, the most vulnerable are the targets generally.
You can say anything about anybody. Human needs a process.
Please have some empathy for them. You are preying
religion.
on their vulnerabilities. These organizations are preying on their vulnerabilities. Just because they are stuck in a spot, they go and approach them either with lurements or with sympathy.
Okay, since you're Mr. Josemon is a senior leader and former national secretary of the NCP, and Tala Amir Rashidi is here with me. Tala Amir Rashidi of the Rashtriya Ulama Council, and I bring in Abhishek Banerjee and Shazia Elmi back into the debate. So we'll have Shazia and Abhishek on the left, we'll have Mr. Josemon of the NCP and Tala Amir Rashidi on the right. And I think the question is, can foreign funds be used to run a conversion machine? Can there be any laxity in the crackdown? We must understand. If, in my view, Tala, if you are offering an inducement to a poor person to change their religion, it is, as far as I am concerned, a forcible conversion. You take a poor person and you offer them money or an inducement, kind or cash, or inducement or offer of a job, or you offer them something in lieu of their changing their religion, then it is, in my view, forcible conversion. I would like your specific response to that. Mr. Josemon first. You agree or not, sir?
Mr. Arnab.
Sir.
The religion is strictly a private matter.
Is that?
And it's a private matter. Religion is strictly a private matter. Number one. Number two, if I want to change my religion on my free will, my beliefs, my loyalties, or whatever it is, and I am free to do so. Now come this issue of forcible or tempting conversion and all. We have laws. We have laws for about many states have enacted their own laws to restrict religious conversions in their own terms and whatever they feel it is fitting. And we have strict religious anti-conversion laws. Now everything comes from an Harji writ petition filed by one BJP MP to more stringent laws to enact to curb religious conversion.
Yeah.
And our Home Minister says we won't allow anybody to change the demographic condition of the country.
Yeah.
It is nothing but, Mr. Arnab, Hindu khadre mein hai. Hindu is in danger because the government have nothing to say about development.
I want to ask you. I want to ask you something, Mr. Josemon. You said, Mr. Josemon, and that for Amit Shah is worried that Hindu khatre mein hai. Okay.
Yeah.
Amit Shah is saying it because Hindus. One minute, let me. No. So you made a comment.
1 second. No. Amit Shah said somebody is trying to change the demographic condition of the country.
Yeah.
And I said whenever the government fails and whenever the government do not have anything to showcase, then say Hindu khadre mein hai. Because without polarization, they have done nothing. They have failed in all aspects of governance. So how can come again to power? They have started beating the drums. Hindu khadre mein hai. Now what the Home Minister said, somebody is trying to change the demographic of the country.
I'll tell you only one thing. I will come to Shazia. Sir, you need to understand there is something in the country called the law.
Yeah.
अब हिंदू खतरे में है कि हिंदू खराब है या हिंदू आतंकवादी है, हिंदू सैफरन टेरर है, हिंदुओं का ये प्रॉब्लम है, वो प्रॉब्लम है. I'll discuss it later.
No,
I'll discuss it later. मैं कह रहा हूँ ये बात है और मैं इसको हिंदी में भी कहूँगा रशीदी जी ताकि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग मेरी बातों को सुने. Mr. Abraham, chill, no? Why are you shouting like this? No, Mr. Abraham is shouting in the background. Don't shout, sir.
Forced conversion, sell the road. Forced conversion, sell the airport. Forced conversion, sell the railway.
A lot of people riled up.
Every time you say this, there's some sale. The nation is getting sold. The nation is getting sold.
So we
No
have
problem.
Islamic rule for last 800 years.
देश खतरे में है.
Did it change our demography?
Shazia, when I'm seeing this today, no, one minute. I'll get TJ and Talam Rashidi on the right, please, and I please get Abhishek and Shazia on the left. You see, when I see Mr. Abraham and Mr. Josemon talking like this, मुझे पता नहीं कौन खतरे में, मुझे लग रहा है ये फॉरेन एनजीओस खतरे में, और जिनको वहां से फ्री का पैसा मिल रहा था.
देश खतरे में है.
नहीं, देश खतरे में नहीं है. ये विदेश में फ्री से डॉलर्स लेने वाले जो देश को बेचने को तैयार है, वो खतरे में है.
एयरपोर्ट सोल्ड, रोड्स बीइंग सोल्ड.
करेक्ट.
जो भी है देश में हमारा जो भी है उसको सेल कर रहे हैं, इसलिए देश खतरे में है.
Hallucinating, sir.
Shazia is responding now.
You want the list? You want the list?
Please do not
clap. Each time
so
there's a same clap.
this is a typical
Clap,
rhetoric, right?
Psychopaths clap.
So this is what the entire
clap.
So this is the entire rhetoric and the narrative of break up India runs on. That roads are being sold, this is being done, that is being done. The fact of the matter
we are
is
breaking up India.
that many
you are
NGOs
selling India.
And everybody
you are selling
sir,
India.
let me finish. Sir,
you are selling India.
Shout.
You have sold
Sir, don't
India.
Shout. Sir, don't shout. Sir, there is no. Do not scream, sir. Let's not get.
When my nation gets sold, I get angry.
Belligerent about
Mr. One minute. No, Shazia, इसके पहले. Mr. Abraham, 1 minute. I have a question from you. I have a question from you. Do you have an NGO license? Do you have an FCRA license? Have you ever had a FCRA license?
I don't want an FCRA license.
So good, then why are you getting
I'm
worried?
an Indian. I don't need foreign.
So good. So what are you getting worked up about?
I'm not worried. I welcome the statement. I said I welcome the statement.
Somebody is getting very worried. That's
Home Minister. I welcome the statement of the Home Minister. But for you, it is not the statement of the Home Minister.
I wanted to say it again.
You want more than that.
Shazia.
Sir, no, sir, please don't sermonize us. It is very disturbing. It's not very pleasant for the ears. So I would just like to give my ears and everyone else's just a small break.
Yeah.
So I want to say there is a law. Law is very clear. There is a law. It is very, very clear that you can practice, you can profess any religion, and you can also proselytize. There is also the aspect that you must consider that not only do you have to be registered under the FCRA Act, but you have to conduct yourself in the NGO's activity should be limited to the capacity that it seeks to cover. So which is why we all know about Colin Gonsalves's NGO, the Socio-Legal Network. And there are stories about not just that NGO but many others who are not only busy in conversions but actually helping the illegal refugees or even connected to the Northeast riots. And many such activities.
Why don't you speak about the offshore units of RSS? Offshore units of RSS based in America, based in Europe.
Let me finish, sir. So let me finish saying what I'm saying. So the fact of the matter is that the FCRA, according to the laws, the NGO seeking to get foreign donations must utilize the funds also only for the purpose for which they're getting them. And are any of these purposes mentioned in those NGOs which have actually been clamped down upon? And as for you, nobody is in khatra. Desh khatre mein nahi hai. Na to Islam khatre mein hai, na Hinduism khatre mein hai.
Desh khatre mein hai.
Because the religions, whether it's my religion, Islam, or Savio's religion,
you will clap.
There are possibility of conversions.
When everything under your feet is being sold.
There is no possibility of conversion.
Every time there is a noise about conversion,
this is why
I have a question for
the general sentiment.
There is something being
Okay. So I'll tell you one thing.
Rebels against the idea of conversion.
I'll tell you what Amit Shah was saying. Amit Shah is saying the following. Let's say one thing, that the population of India is 80% Hindu. Okay. Now there are some states like Gujarat where it's 88, 89% Hindu. But on average, let's say 80% Hindu. Now, Mr. Abraham says that the population of Christians is still what? 2 to 2.5%. First of all, let me tell you, Is there anything called an ideal percentage of the population that the Christian community must be from? Do you have a target in mind? Do you have a target? Are you saying that there should be 5%, 6% Christian, 10%?
Garvapsi. Organize the nationwide Garvapsi.
I didn't say Garvapsi. You are saying Garvapsi.
We'll set it.
What is Garvapsi? What is Garvapsi? Why don't you talk about Garvapsi?
Come on. Run the campaign.
What about the
Garvapsi
offshore
campaign? You failed.
RSS
You failed
in America,
because
in Europe,
those who became Christians were
but the population, you are fully aware. You are
American Hindu Council,
those who have become Christians
the Seva International.
Yeah, okay.
Why don't you talk about them?
You see, Tala, 1 minute. Tala will be on the debate with Abhishek now. I left Tala and Abhishek. I just want to make it clear to you. I want to make it clear to you, Tala.
What does Mr. Amit Shah mean to say in the parliament?
What is your problem with Amit Shah, yeah? I mean, like, you don't like Amit Shah. What's your problem? What is your problem with Amit Shah, Tala?
The demography of the country won't be tolerated.
Yeah, so he said a good thing. I'm so happy he said it, that you can't use money to change the demography of this country. No, you can't.
So what does that mean? Now, how do you
I'll tell you what it means. Can I tell you what it means?
What leads you to
first of all,
the conclusion of it? Conversion.
Now you asked a question. Do you want me to answer the question?
And I want this answer from Shazia. Let her tell us, because she is the official spokesperson of BJP.
What do you want Shazia to answer? Okay, 1 minute. Can I say one thing before Shazia answers? I'll tell you what Amit Shah means. Amit Shah means when he says demography of the country. How do you know
that? Very clear. Why would you
how do you know what Amit Shah means? Mr. Rashidi, I know what he means because I have read the law and you have not. That's not my problem. Have you done law? Have you studied?
Yeah, I'm a lawyer. I'm a practicing lawyer.
I can't believe it. No, you're not. You're not a lawyer. Don't joke. You're not a lawyer.
No. Do you want me to show you the degree? Do you want me to show you?
I don't know. You can't be a lawyer. You can't be a lawyer. You don't know the law. That's so funny. You don't know the law. This is ridiculous. You can't be a lawyer. Karan, he can't be a lawyer, Karan. Yeah, I know everything. Yeah, Karan, you can't be a lawyer. He's not a lawyer.
I do understand that.
He's not a lawyer.
But the nation
He's not a lawyer. He's not a lawyer. You're not a lawyer.
I know who is a lawyer and who is a liar.
Okay. Abhishek, he insists that he's a lawyer. He insists that he's a lawyer. He insists that he's a lawyer. And if he's a lawyer, he must tell me what is written in section 12. What is written?
Simple question. What did our honorable Home Minister by the statement that we won't tolerate anyone who wants to change the demography of the country? How do you know that he means conversion?
I'll tell you.
Now, what does the law have to do with that?
You asked your question.
We can have a different debate.
You asked your question, Mr. Self-claimed lawyer. Listen to me. What is said?
Your channel has put me many times as a lawyer.
Really? I mean, you baffle me. But listen to me. I don't think you can be a lawyer because otherwise, if you're a lawyer, then please quote me Section 12 of the FCRA and also quote me the 2019 FCRA Rule Amendment Act. Come on.
Yeah, I'll just go
challenge
through it and quote to you.
Challenge,
I'll just go through
challenge
it
to
and
you.
quote to you.
No, it's a challenge. Why are you chickening out now? What is it?
Give me some time. I'll go through it and quote it to you.
Gives me some time? It's elementary.
Being
ABC.
a lawyer, do you want me to remember each and every act?
Not every.
That's not human. That's not human. I'm not a robo, you know.
I'm telling you to understand. Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you, Tala. The 2019 FCRA Rules Amendment requires NGOs to have office bearers, key functionaries and members to submit affidavits declaring innocence from forcible conversion or convictions. And also Section 12 of FCRA makes it absolutely clear that you cannot use foreign contributions for activities aimed at conversion through inducement or force. So both inducement and force, listen to me, Abraham, are not allowed. Do you understand? Now start clapping, Mr. Abraham. Start clapping. Start clapping now. Now clap, Mr. Abraham. Now clap.
I did not know
clap
that
for
you
me now.
wrote the speech for the Home Minister.
Yeah,
you wrote the speech for the Home Minister. You will know better. How will I know? I heard the Home Minister, but you wrote the speech for the Home Minister. You write the speech for the Prime Minister.
No, I'm not. Abhishek is on the debate. Abhishek is responding. Abhishek.
Yeah, Arnab, so I mean, first of all, I would say that anybody who has witnessed what has happened recently at Virinjam port in Kerala, where, you know, many of the protesters, they were carrying Vatican flags, cannot deny how big the danger is. Because we are a democracy, anybody who is trying to change the demography of this country, at least in my book, is basically committing invasion and essentially cultural genocide. You see, on one side, we have this church, which is an expansionist organization that has taken over large parts of Africa, Asia, Latin America, Australia, and is pursuing its same agenda in India. Please, I have not interrupted you. I have not interrupted you. I have not interrupted you. So the church is an expansionist organization. You should know that the sovereignty of Vatican City was obtained on February 9, 1929 by a deal with fascist Mussolini. You should be aware of this history, sir. So it's an expansionist organization. The words of the Pope, the Pope even talked about harvesting people, harvesting faith. He said this. So this is a dehumanizing rhetoric that he has used against people like us. Our way of life is thousands of years older. And so you have this white king who lives in Europe, and his representatives come to this country and say that our way of life, which is thousands of years old, is wrong. We worship false gods, and they offer us various kinds of inducements. So I cannot believe that this is even allowed in the modern world. I cannot imagine. I cannot believe that proselytization is still even allowed in this modern world.
The meaning of the word demography.
What kind of a population will fall for indigenous culture, sir? We are just trying to protect our indigenous culture from
what kind of a population will fall for inducement?
We have a right to protect.
Why have you kept the population in such a situation that they fall for
our indigenous faith?
And that wants to rule over, that wants to capture Bengal.
Please,
Bengalis have thrown them away.
You bring this, and then you say, and then they divide up our country into these dioceses.
Administration doing.
Okay, which country allows? Okay. I'll give a turn. Abhishek, 1 minute. Karan, which country allows NGOs to carry out proselytization or induced conversions? In fact, I think forced conversions is too limiting a word. We must talk about induced conversions, which are just as bad. We can't play with language. Karan.
And Arnab, that is also having a very detrimental impact on the social fabric. Now let me make my point.
Let's talk about
Because what is happening, Arnab, is religious strife. Because in a bid to convert, they pick one religion against the other. And very tacitly and silently, they demean one religion. So that is having a very debilitating impact on our social structure. When we have that sort of an impact on our social structure, it weakens the fabric. And that is what the Home Minister, being in charge of the law and order, sees as a threat to our nation. So it is only correct that he pointed this out as a threat. He's a visionary to see this as a threat coming tomorrow, because this is happening at a large scale in the tribals, be it in Jharkhand, be it in Kerala, be it in Assam. Tomorrow, one religion would be pitted against the other, and this kind of religious strife we do not want in our country, which is a secular polity. This is for secularism, this is for coexistence, this is for
2,000 years. And the population of the community is 2.5%, and you're scared of the
Abraham and Savio.
You're scared of 2.5%? Why are you scared?
Mr. Abraham,
The
there is a demographic issue we need to look at.
Which game?
Who gives you a right? Who gives you a right to demonize the Hindus? Who gives any pastor a right to demonize the Hindus? Preach your faith, profess your faith. Why do you have to
Savio and Abraham right now on the debate, ladies and gentlemen.
Who gives you the right?
Only two.
This is what
Who gives you the right?
Folded
Who gives you the right to demonize? That's not the teachings of Jesus. That's not the teachings of Jesus. I'm sorry. The teachings of Jesus were coexistence. It was coexistence. Who gives you a right to demonize? Why are believers, evangelicals coming into India and demonizing the Hindus?
Who's preaching?
What is the need to convert?
I don't know.
What is the need to convert?
I don't need
What is the need to convert? Why don't you accept it? I don't care whether you need to hear it. I don't care whether you need to hear it. You need to know the truth.
Judas?
You Christian.
Savio, he called you a Judas.
I don't
Savio, he called you a Judas. Our panelist, unfortunately, has made a personal attack on Savio Rodriguez and called him a Judas.
Remember that.
Yes, I am. Yes, I don't
Jesus
need a
would
Judas
be irrelevant
to tell me
without
what
Judas.
my religion is. I know my faith.
Jesus would be
I am
irrelevant
strong in
without
my
Judas
faith.
because
And
Judas
whoever is a Christian
contributed
is strong.
in Jesus' sacrifice.
Just
Learn
because
to get
you
your
have a
facts
Robert,
correct, my
Peter,
friend.
Anthony name, you're
Look
not
at
a
the truth
Christian.
for what it is.
You need
You
to be
don't
strong
have
in
the
your
truth.
faith.
You
And
are
I'm
Satan.
strong in my faith.
You are Satan.
I don't need a Judas
You
to
are
tell me.
working for Lucifer. You are working for Lucifer. You are working for Lucifer.
Yeah.
You want to divide.
And you want
to
you're
preach
working for
hate.
whom?
That's what you all want
You're
to do.
working for whom? Arnab
You are
Goswami.
Lucifer. That's even worse than Judas. You are Lucifer.
You're rattled.
You're the fallen
You're
angel.
rattled.
You
You're
are
rattled.
the fallen angel, my
You're
friend.
rattled.
Not
Your
rattled,
kingdom
my
is
friend.
rattled.
Not rattled.
Your
Lucifer
kingdom is rattled.
Why are you? Why are you getting upset?
kingdom is rattled.
I called you Lucifer.
Rattled.
I called you Lucifer. That's
my
why.
faith. My
You
faith
tell me
is
who
strong.
gives you the right.
I believe in the
Who
truth.
gives you
and
the right?
I think I just want to point out here, Shazia, this is descending into a personal attack on Savio, and I wish we don't do that. I just want to point out that this is a serious issue, Mr. And Talaji, Supreme Court ने खुद कहा है कि there is a need to look at. The Supreme Court has itself observed, the Supreme Court has observed that there is a need to deal very strictly with fraudulent conversions, which are done. I am an anchor, I know, which is why I'm saying, if people convert through inducement, it is a crime.
What is Mr. Amit Shah doing
And
about
everybody
this?
trying it should be probably tried under the law.
He's the Home Minister.
Don't exploit poor people, that's what I'm saying.
Why is Amit Shah?
Tala Amir Rashidi and Shazia Elmi.
Induced conversion should be dealt strongly.
So
Any forced conversion or any
Talaji, I would
induced
like to ask
conversion
you,
should be dealt
do you know what
very
has
strongly
happened
as
to
per the law.
minorities in Pakistan? Do you want India to become, no. Do you want India to be like Pakistan? Do you want there to be dreadful friction on the basis of religion because of conversions? Do you want to break the fabric of society?
People so obsessed with Pakistan?
I'm asking you. So, and this constant pillarizing Hindus and saying that some of them ought to convert, and for that every inducement will be used, and it's going to be part of the religious whatever, expansionism you can call it, imperialism, chauvinism, whatever. Do you think it's fair? Do you know this hurts the sentiment? Imagine if it was the
Shazia,
other
what
way
are you
around.
trying to put
Do you know how
forward
much
here?
it hurts?
What is the point that you are trying to put forward?
No, you know what I'm
Why
trying to say.
don't you talk about Ghar Wapsi? Why don't you talk about Seva International? Why don't you talk about American Hindu Council? Why don't you talk about Hindu Parishad of America? Why don't you talk about Eklam Foundation of America?
No, I'm asking you. Tribals. Whether it's the Adivasis of India or many other sects of India, why would you want to work on them simply with a purpose? So you want to work for them only because you want to convert them? Do you know what's happening in Punjab right now? The misery that life takes on you. It's used. Every weakness is used to convert you. I think that's the worst kind. Yes, so conversion of this kind, when you use human weakness only to further cause of religion, is that philanthropy or altruism in any true sense of the word? Would anybody? No,
I think I'm very clear out here. The only person who is very rattled by what Amit Shah said today is TJ Abraham, and he should later tell us why. And viewers, we started by talking about China. COVID cases are mounting. The dead bodies are piling up. The Chinese government is trying to veil it all in denial. The COVID horror in China has become too deadly to hide. Fact is, the Chinese have bungled up their COVID policy completely. Let's debate.
It's a COVID explosion in China. Body bags line hospital corridors. The projections are adverse. Projections of 900,000 deaths, a thermonuclear situation, and 800 million infections this winter. And the world is taking note.
It's important that all countries, and this includes the PRC, It's important that all countries focus on getting people vaccinated and making testing and treatment easily available. We've said this many times publicly, but the U.S. is the largest donor of COVID-19 vaccines around the world. We're prepared to continue to support people around the world, including in China.
But the Chinese are in denial mode. Their mouthpieces are claiming deaths from other or underlying diseases, saying they're not classified as COVID-related deaths. The Chinese dismissing all claims being made as alarmist assertions.
根据疫情出现的新变化，中方正不断优化防控措施，确保更好地统筹疫情防控和经济社会发展。目前，疫苗加强针的接种工作正在有序推进，药品和检测试剂总体可以满足需求。
The fact is, an aggressive zero-COVID policy has failed. And so has the absolute U-turn. The COVID reality is getting harder and harder to hide behind the Iron Curtain. Let's debate.
We have Madhav Nalapat from Delhi and Andrew K.P. Leung on a straight one-on-one. Madhav, start with you. Can you just bluntly tell Andrew, in as brief a way as possible, what is China hiding? And can they continue to hide what's going on?
You know, Arnav, the sad truth is that China hid the situation in 2019 and 2020. And frankly, permitted thousands of flights out of the country when the authorities knew, and I'm sure Andrew, you know, who's an honorable individual, will agree to this. Thousands upon thousands of flights went abroad when authorities were aware that they had an infection on their hands. If you check searches on Chinese search machines, from around September, October, searches have been going higher and higher for pneumonia-like symptoms, flu-like symptoms. Something was happening there. And the search engines of China itself revealed that. And the reality is, I am very certain the authorities knew it, and yet they did nothing about it to alert the world. And you know what had happened. It was a total, complete disaster. Well, I would only like to say two things. One, of course, you know, in 2020, you remember, all kinds of horror stories were being spread about India, that millions of people are going to die in India. The fact is that under Prime Minister Modi, COVID came under control in 2020, 2021, and today life is normal in India. And in fact, several Chinese newspapers, commentators, were talking in a very condescending terms about India in 2020 and also in 2021 when we were hit by a COVID wave. I and my wife, both of us, got COVID during that time. So I only want to say, I do hope that the people of China are spared the horror of the kind of deaths that are being projected. Although I'd like to say, the same individuals projected very high deaths in India, and it did not happen. But the point is, the Chinese people, their immunity is way below the immunity of the Indians. We have allowed our people to be normal, to behave normally. And as a consequence, we have built up herd immunity. China has locked up its citizens, and there is no herd immunity. So I fear the worst could happen in China in a way it did not in India.
Yeah, so Andrew, why hide? Why not come clean? And you know, we've seen these pictures, the burning of bodies in crematoriums, and your hospitals are running out of medicines. You know, there are COVID victims' bodies lying on the floor, on shelves, just like commodities. It's a very bad situation, and I think you need to be honest about it. You know, stop trying to project falsehood. We know the essential weakness of China now as a country, and I mean, you're a chaotic country. I mean, we feel very bad for you. I feel bad. I feel bad about your situation, yeah. But you need to start learning to be a little honest about the situation and tell the world about what's going on inside. Andrew, you need to share with the world, right? You don't need to hide. The more you hide, the more information will come out, you know. You can't overwhelm people with your state machinery apparatus trying to control information. You can't do that.
So it's my time to speak.
Yes,
okay?
yes, of course.
Well, first of all, I think that there is a great deal of overhyping and attempt at blackening China. According to an independent study by New York-based Edelman Trust Barometer, EDELMAN, based in New York, and they surveyed around the world to see how people regard the ability of the government to manage the pandemic. And the survey is around the world.
You can never have any honest survey in Jinping's China.
Yeah,
so let's come to the issue on COVID, please.
Can I finish, please? Well, according to the survey, China came on top. That's a New York-based survey of people around the world. But then it's 3 years down the line, and of course, people's patients are wearing a little bit thin, and then the pandemic is moving into an endemic. Well, the same with the rest of the world. And you will go to the United Kingdom, you will go to America, the governments are no longer reporting on these cases. And the same is happening with China, with the changing of the pandemic. As I said, I mean, people's patients, of course,
okay, listen, Andrew, hasn't the zero COVID policy failed? Hasn't the, do you think, no, with the situation there now, and we can all have subjective views about it. You can say, oh, no, but I don't think it's so bad. But I can tell you it's terrible, it's horrible. You can say it's not so bad, but at least you and I will both agree that Jinping's zero COVID policy has failed.
No,
it's a rotten failure.
As I said, we look at the number of deaths. Even now,
look at the pictures
with the United States. The United States suffer over 1 million deaths, with a quarter of the population of China, and China is nowhere near that. And this prediction of 1 million deaths from now is totally bollocks. I mean, you know, and as I said, even in January, a New York-based.
No, stop quoting that New York-based whatever group. I mean, no, first of all, one minute. First of all, let me be clear about it. Your zero COVID policy was only successful in containing a COVID surge in a very short term. Within days of stopping restrictions, you have a brunt of infections because of no prior immunity to COVID. You've tried to over-control the situation. No, Madhav can, what you have no herd immunity. Your vaccine is an outrageous failure. It doesn't work. You don't have a hospital management system. Your entire policy failure was exposed when you even tried to block the WHO team from access to what's going on in China. I mean, come on now, Andrew.
Am I allowed to speak or not?
I know, but Andrew, 30 seconds of honesty will not make you a terrible person, make you a better citizen. Don't stop lying to the world. I'm just stop lying to the world. Stop lying to the world.
Blackening China. I'm not lying. I mean, you're just twisting the facts. The facts speak for themselves.
Where are these pictures from, Andrew? Where are these pictures from which are going to the world?
Well, China's been using its own vaccine, and China's been doing extremely well in managing the pandemic, according to this independent survey around the world, including a survey on countries like India and the United States. I mean, look at how many deaths that India has
Your entire
suffered.
policy is rooted in deceit, deceit.
But then, of course,
this is just deceit. I don't expect this from you, Andrew. Your policy is rooted in deceit, but you don't have to utter deceit on my program. The first case was reported 8 December. I don't want to go back. 8 December 2019. First case was reported. You went into a lockdown. You banned travel after 7 weeks. You are the COVID enabler, the COVID creator, and it's come back to bite you. Andrew, please be honest. Madhav wants to tell you something. Madhav, you've heard him.
Look, China shared the COVID discovery in the beginning of 2020 in January. And the whole world was not listening, including the United States, sort of laughing off the
okay, come on, and Madhav.
Virus. And then the sharing was with internationally renowned journals.
If only you had stopped your airline from functioning.
If you had
stopped your international flights from functioning.
Stop this blackening of China.
I'm not blackening China. I'm not blackening China, but please understand, you're trying to blacken the world. You're trying to blacken the truth, Andrew. You even said the US Army brought the epidemic to Wuhan. Who's blackening? You're blackening the truth. Listen to Madhav. He's a wise man. He wants to say something to you, Andrew. Yes, Madhav.
the pandemic, for example, the swine virus started in the United States, and the other viruses starting in other countries. So it doesn't mean that the countries was at fault, because this is a global
Andrew, listen to
virus.
Madhav, go on.
Around the world.
Madhav, louder.
Andrew, my request is, please come to India. If you're a citizen of Hong Kong, I'm sure you'll be able to come here and have a look around, and you'll see life is normal under Prime Minister Modi. You look at Beijing, you look at Shanghai, look at Hong Kong, and you look at the situation there. Is life normal there? Has it gone back to what it was in 2018 or even 2019? The answer will have to be no. Whereas in India, it's normal throughout the country. That is the difference, Andrew. It's visible. It's obvious. Please come and see for yourself. Don't go by some New York, frankly, unfortunately, the reality is that you have NGOs that say all kinds of things. Some are accurate.
I just want honesty.
Based like the Elderman Trust Barometer.
Andrew, I'll tell you. One day we know that you will be a democracy. One day your people will. One day you will express yourself. One day you will have a free media. One day your people will speak freely. One day you will not silence whistleblowers. One day you will not lie to the world. One day you will not spread conspiracy theories.
You listen to independent surveys in Harvard Kennedy School.
And one day you'll come. One day.
And you be stopping lying about China.
One day, Andrew, you'll come on this program. I'll tell you. One day you will come on this program and say to me, Arnab, we failed our own people.
I'm very disappointed with your channel, because you're so one-sided, and then you interrupt me at every turn. So don't invite me.
I am one-sided because I'm on the side of the truth, Andrew. I really feel bad about what's happening in China, and I know that if you were honest to it, if you had more internal criticism, things would be different.
It's you who are.
I in fact wish the Chinese people well. I thank you so much for and in the middle of all this, Andrew, in the middle of all this, you want to do some theatrics on the India-China LAC. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, I don't know.
I've said my say.
Please protect your People's Liberation Army from COVID.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Pleasure. And ladies and gentlemen, he's not very happy, but what do we do? And I shall see you without fail 9 o'clock tomorrow. Only till then, good night and goodbye.
Powered by Century ProWood MDF, the wood of the future.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time and say, I'm not done.
Guys, just 1 second. Choosing a car for my mom.
What? Online car shopping? Wow, that's so cool, yeah.
Shahrukh ne bataya.
Wait up. Booking a car service.
From here?
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं. There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
आज तबीयत ठीक नहीं लग रही. तुम ही सब काम निपटा दो ना. अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी MDF का लो एमिशन प्रीमियम प्लस है ना. हायर डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी है. यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ.
लो एमिशन प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड.
क्या हुआ रोहन? क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया पहली सैलरी मिली है
तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो, एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए।
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा करके रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? भैया अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Your favorite service provider, 10, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special.
अभी मजा आएगा ना भिड़ो।
Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call 10 toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now.
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
झाके रे झाके झरोके से झाके, देख के दम है छोटे बड़े सारे। झाके रे झाके फ्यूचर को ये ताके, तरक्की को टुक टुक हर कोई ताके। झाके रे झाके।
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
Hey Rahul, what's up?
Hey, kicked about our first date?
Of course.
Benefits up to rupees 30,000 only at the Citroën C3 Carnival. Book today.
Your favorite service provider, 10, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special.
अभी मजा आएगा ना भिड़ो।
Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call 10 toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now.
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. The dangerous Chinese variant of COVID, BF.7, has reached India. Cases have been reported, and there is great concern about super spreader events like the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and appeals are being made, well-publicized appeals to the Vadra Congress to think about national health, and unless very strict protocol is put in place, suspend this political walkathon at least for a while. But the Vadra Congress says nothing doing, we will not listen. Which is supremely ironical because during the Kumbh, a few cases of COVID earlier were reported. And when that happened, the pictures of the Kumbh and the articles about it were put out everywhere, and the entire secularity went into complete overdrive and said, look here, these devout Hindus at the Kumbh Mela are spreading COVID. They are part of a COVID super spreader event. Stop them, they said. And now when there is serious concern, and I mean really serious concern, you may have heard about the Congress Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh getting a COVID positive report just a few days back. And he was at the Bharat Jodo Yatra. I mean, there is some real serious concern about this Bharat Jodo walk being a certain COVID super spreader event. And when there are appeals being made to the Vadra Congress, please think about national health, national interest. Then the secularity, the same secularity says that the Vadra Congress is being targeted. Now, this is not logical at all. I know that the COVID numbers are still low, thank God for that. But just look at the madness across the border in China. Just take a look at that. And that Chinese variant, BF.7, is already in India. And we know how hockey stick numbers are reported: 4 today, 10 tomorrow, 20 the next day, the numbers double. So no amount of precaution will be enough. COVID positive cases, sources are telling me, are being sent by hospitals for immediate genome sequencing. Now, why does that happen? So that the authorities know whether that COVID is a BF.7 version or not. And I think the government is being very smart and moving fast. What I don't understand at all is how the Vadra Congress and the Vadra family, which is insisting on reintroducing COVID protocols for you, for all Indian citizens. The Vadra Congress says, let all Indian citizens be put under strict COVID protocols. But they also say now, these protocols should not apply to the Vadra family. How absurd is that? How do you insist that every Indian should follow new and tougher protocols and officially make your members in parliament make that argument strongly, but demand at the same time that the Vadra family walkathon should be totally exempt from such rules? This is crazy. Now, here is where I stand. And I'm sorry if you think I'm being harsh about it, but I believe prevention is better than cure, and there is no amount of precaution that should be considered to be much, and people must cooperate. I know it's the new year around the corner, and many people will cringe at the thought of an argument being made on this program for tougher protocols. But ladies and gentlemen, let us remember our own responsibility, not our next party. I believe the government should push and make the third vaccination mandatory. Number 2, the Bharat Jodo super spreader should be suspended, not out of request. They must force its suspension in national interest. We cannot risk it. The Vadra family should be made to cooperate. Thirdly, the alternate vaccines that have gone through enough regulatory approvals should be immediately made available in the market. And finally, tough measures should be brought in immediately and not left to individual state governments or union territories to decide of their free will, to introduce mandatory precautions in public places. So my view is, viewers, it's getting serious. We still can stop things. We can stop the entry of BF.7. I say politics chodo. Let's stop the entry of BF.7 or any new variant before the new year starts. Let's cooperate, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need the Prime Minister to tell the whole country what people need to do. We should start doing it on our own. Why politicize the protocol? Debate number 1. Debate number 2 this evening. Union Minister Amit Shah sets the record straight on foreign funding aimed at changing India's demography. Debate number 2 tonight, viewers. And debate number 3, the world's biggest COVID failure, China. What's it hiding? China versus others debate at 10:30 p.m. And here are the headlines this Wednesday evening on the Debate Tonight. India goes back to COVID mode as fears over the BF.7 Chinese variant grow. Government reviews preparedness, pushes for genome sequencing. As pictures of China COVID chaos go absolutely viral, India's health ministry sources confirm guidelines for travelers coming from China are being introduced soon. Massive fireworks over the super spreader possibility of Bharat Jodo as the government raises official concerns that the yatra is likely to be a COVID super spreader.
भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में गए हुए कई लोगों को कोविड पॉजिटिव पाया गया है। इसको देखते हुए मैंने इंचार्ज कन्वीनर राहुल जी को एक पत्र लिखा।
Since many COVID positive cases have been found during the Bharat Jodo walkathon, the health minister says that this particular event should be suspended for the time being. China's vaccine is a global failure. No testing, no real numbers. Complete chaos, and China is hiding the truth again tonight.
विदेश से आए हुए धन के स्रोत राज्य की निगरानी में नहीं हो, ऐसा नहीं चलेगा। ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, देश के अंदर एक कानी पाई भी हम नहीं आने देंगे।
And Amit Shah hits out at the conversion lobby as he takes on NGOs using foreign funding for religious conversions. Ladies and gentlemen, Japan is seeing 1 million cases. The US has surpassed the 100 million mark. China is in complete chaos. There is a deadly COVID explosion in China. Things are bad, viewers. And there is a crucial window for us now when we must play our part, when we must as a country strengthen our defenses, ensure India is ready. But despite all the requests, despite the government raising alarm over the violation of norms in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, the Vadra family and company say these norms don't apply to us. They say we will not follow. In fact, their response is all-out politics. How irresponsible is that? This is the kind of politics that risks our lives. India has witnessed the worst at the peak of the pandemics, and I don't understand how this one family can continue to politicize the COVID norms. Let's debate.
Overloaded hospitals, staggering death toll. China is in the middle of a COVID explosion. And India is on alert. High-level meetings are taking place.
With a weekly average of 1,200 against 3.5 million globally, India seems to be in control of the situation. But with a wave raging in China and 5 cases of that variant getting reported in our country as well, this is no time for complacency. And that's why COVID-appropriate behavior has to be back. The government has scrambled with meetings and instructions. Airports are going to see random checks for international arrivals, and the treatment, test and track protocol is also set to come back, and rightly so.
Hospitals and medical bodies are on alert.
In the presence of Minister of State, Madam, high-level official meeting करी है, जिसमें different departments के senior officials आए, उन्होंने पूरी इस मीटिंग में पूरी समीक्षा की गई और ग्लोबल सिचुएशन को, कुछ देशों में जो कोविड-19 के केसेस बढ़ रहे हैं, उसका जायजा लिया गया.
The Health Ministry has duly sent Rahul Gandhi a letter to abide by COVID protocol or suspend the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
3 MP ने मुझे पत्र लिखा
कि राजस्थान में भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में गए हुए कई लोगों को कोविड पॉजिटिव पाया गया है। इसको देखते हुए मैंने इंचार्ज कन्वीनर राहुल जी को एक पत्र लिखा।
Watch how there is no social distancing, no masks and a looming COVID threat. But the Vadra Congress doesn't seem to give a damn.
बीजेपी पार्टी को ये कहना चाहता हूँ, गुजरात में जब चुनाव हुई थी, मोदी जी घर घर गए थे, क्या मास्क लगा के, क्या लोगों को सारे प्रोटोकॉल मानते हुए गए थे?
सवाल ये खड़ा होता है, क्या एक परिवार सब प्रोटोकॉल से ऊपर है? आखिर क्या कारण है कि आज भी एक पार्टी, एक राजनीतिक दल एक परिवार तक अपने आप को सीमित रखता है और उसके लिए सारे प्रोटोकॉल तोड़ने के लिए भी तैयार होता है?
It has resorted to pure doublespeak.
चीन में जिस तरह के चलचित्र बाहर आ रहे हैं, वो ये दर्शाते हैं कि वहाँ पे अस्पतालों में जो उनकी मॉर्चरीज है और जो हेल्थ सिस्टम है वो कम्प्लीटली दबाव में है, ओवरवेल्म हो गया है। और इस परिस्थिति में मैंने ये मांग की है कि सबसे पहले हमको चीन से जो हवाई जहाज आ रहे हैं या चीन जा रहे हैं उनके ऊपर रोक लगानी चाहिए।
The Congress has shifted gears back to the negativism of 2020. It didn't help the nation then.
मुंबई के रेलवे स्टेशन पर खड़े रह करके मुंबई छोड़कर जाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए मुंबई में श्रमिकों को टिकट दिया गया, लोगों को प्रेरित किया गया कि जाओ, तुम उत्तर प्रदेश के हो, तुम बिहार के हो, जाओ वहां कोरोना फैलाओ। आपने ये बहुत बड़ा पाप किया।
And it is only endangering the nation now. Let's debate.
Now let me tell you why it's crazy. It's crazy because till this morning the Congress party said, please put in some very tough COVID protocols. We don't want a situation like China and India. The government said, yes, we are considering it. Let's start with the Bharat Jodo Yatra because there are many cases of COVID positivity found, including the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, who returned from the Bharat Jodo Yatra, tested himself, was found to be COVID positive. Now, the Congress says no. Surendra Chauhan. The Congress now says, Gaurav Bhatia, no. You introduce COVID protocols for the rest of the people in the country, not on us. What is this? Surendra Chauhan, what is this? Renu Mittal, what is this? It makes no sense to me. Makes no sense to me, Mr. Chauhan.
A whole lot of COVID. Arnab Goswami.
Yes.
NDMA or DDMA, Delhi Disaster Management or National Disaster Management, has issued any fresh guideline so far? The answer is no. The Health Minister, acting on a letter of a Member of Parliament from Rajasthan, has given an advice to follow the COVID protocol. Entire nation is fully vaccinated. People walking along with Rahul Gandhi ji is also fully vaccinated. What is the fear? And still, if any of the government guidelines comes in force, so far they are not in force. So the Congress, not only Congress, people of India and people accompanying Rahul Gandhi will follow that guidelines in its spirit. What is the problem? You people are having...
Gaurav Bhatia, okay, thank you. Let's keep the opening remarks short. Gaurav Bhatia.
Yes. Arnab, first of all, a letter from the Health Minister which requests Rahul Gandhi to ensure what? That people who are participating in the yatra are wearing masks, there is adequate sanitizer there, they are fully vaccinated. And the organizers should follow the precautions that are important to save a citizen's life. Can a responsible political party have an opposition to such a request made by the health minister? And if they are having an issue with it, then they need to answer the following questions. Question number one, what should be the priority for any government or political party? Citizen's life or a political yatra? My question number one. Question number two, are Gandhis above law? The reason is very simple. Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu, he has contracted COVID. Now, he was in touch and contact with Rahul Gandhi. Has Rahul Gandhi even informed the supporters who are participating in the yatra about the report whether he is COVID positive or negative? Because that way, he is infecting more and more people, say if he is positive. So that is irresponsible behavior. And third and most important, please, when a letter comes from the health minister and it only requests that ensure compliance, I think health being a state subject under the Constitution of India, Ashok Gehlot as the chief minister, who was also written a letter, should be the one to ensure compliance. But would he be a remote control chief minister, or would he abide by the oath that he has taken under the Constitution to protect and preserve the ethos in the Constitution? And I doubt he'll be able to do that.
So the question is about double speak and hypocrisy, Renu. And it's a very serious matter because, you know, the Congress party says, please suspend all the flights from China and reintroduce all the COVID-19 protocols and understand that this is a new lethal variant, and learn from US, Japan and South Korea and reintroduce COVID-19 protocols. And this has been put out by the Congress party leaders. Now, the moment the government says that yes, we agree with you, but could you please?
May I say?
No. 1 minute. How do the COVID protocols not apply?
I've understood what you're saying.
No, you've not understood. How do the COVID protocols not apply to Bharat Jodo but apply to the Kumbh Mela? I want to understand this. Is there some logic whereby COVID is dangerous in the Kumbh but not dangerous in the Bharat Jodo Yatra? There is no social distancing. There are no masks. There is not a single mask being worn at the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which means you're basically saying we give a damn to the people of this country. We give a damn to national health.